Okay, everyone. So our next guest for the 1111 Gateway is Shelly Reef. And Shelly Reef is a lifelong contactee. If you are keeping up with the First Contact podcast, we just recently had her on the First Contact as well, and she shared her journey, which a lot of people really resonated with. She advocates for energetic sovereignty as a human right, with gifted insight in the realms of interdimensional intelligence, timelines, and light body integration. Shelly utilizes sound frequency and guided meditation as healing and training tools. Her goal is to empower others to safely and accurately achieve benevolent psychic off planet contact as an inherent birthright and an essential step in human evolution. A virtuoso in therapeutic harps, monochord, and crystal instruments, Shelley is the developer of the Therapy Harp Healing Certification taught worldwide through the Soul of Yoga Sound Institute and is pioneering research on the healing power of sound and frequency healing in hospital settings. There's a number of other things Shelley's also done. For example, she teaches restorative yoga. She's got 40 years of meditation practice and has students in over 20 countries. And today, Shelley is going to be sharing with us a healing and hypnotic meditation sound journey to bring all of humanity to the light while teaching you to locate and utilize the telepathic centers of your mind, such as those used in psychic contact. So thank you so much, Shelley, for being here today. It's such a pleasure having you part of this 1111 extravaganza that we've got going on.
Thank you, Isha. Thank you so much for having me, especially for 1111. My lucky numbers since childhood. I couldn't be more pleased. And we're taping this on the full moon, the super full moon. So there's a lot of energy behind us tonight.
It's beautiful. I love it. So, yeah, take it away. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much. Blessings. So before we jump into the sound journey, and I'll expand the camera out in a little bit so you can see all the instruments because people are always very curious. Got a monochord, some crystal bowls, a couple therapy harps, all the good stuff. What I want to really lay out is the purpose of this journey. I believe and I witness that it is more important than ever right now for people to learn to successfully and accurately navigate the various centers of the mind. And one of those reasons is for their own energetic sovereignty, to know the difference between when you're exactly and perfectly you in your own energy field and when you're being impressed upon by any outside energetic forces whatsoever. And that goes all the way from EMFs to other people to media, to anything else that you can imagine, really. I believe that the success in each and every individual finding their own true center, knowing who they are, knowing when they are sovereign in their energy and when they're being manipulated in any way, knowing how to protect themselves energetically, knowing how to cleanse themselves energetically. I believe that those gifts and tools are what will push us to the tipping point of humanity opening up into this lovely fifth dimension for all, or a higher timeline for those who wish to go to it. However, this all unravels right now. We all know that, we're in a big energetic crunch right now. And the whole thing of it is to be riding that wave, rather than trying to catch up with it or getting pummeled underneath it. We want everyone to be empowered. So navigating the mind is part of that. And since we're on first contact, I also want to mention that with disclosure in our future, I believe that it's really important that there are as many people as possible on the planet who have the ability to go into their psychic mind, know when they're receiving something that is benevolent, knowing when they're receiving something that is not, how to protect themselves from that. Because as an experiencer, and I know that Isha will back me up on this one, the experiences with off-planet contact with, our alien friends is not as physical as going outside, seeing a light in the sky, and it comes down and lands and the doors open and beings walk out. It's more often than not psychic. When someone is channeling, it's all done through the psychic mind, through the mind. It's not that the person comes and sits in the room, or the being comes and sits in the room with them, or holds a cue card for them to read off of. We know that. So it's the same with the abduction scenarios, where when people are in an abduction scenario, it's a very hazy psychic field. They're really taken out of their conscious awareness. They're taken into a different conscious experience or dimension. I think for sure that we don't exactly know how to scientifically explain how it all works and where we're taken. All we know is that we don't walk over and get into something physically and go to another place. So empowering people with those skills is my passion in the world, and maybe why I have surrounded myself with all of these healing tools of tone and frequency. I truly believe that tone or frequency is the language of the universe. I believe that color is the language of Earth, the thing that we all have in common that makes everyone respond the same. But when it comes to universal communication, or even communication with our dolphin and whale friends, then we're definitely talking about tone and frequency. That's all we are, is vibration and frequency. So with the intention of having a healing experience throughout this, apart and in addition to taking you through a very specific progression. And so right now you can start to prepare yourself just by quieting your environment, maybe turning down some lights, maybe asking the other people in your environment to give you some quiet time, maybe taking your laptop out into the tent in your backyard, whatever makes you happy and a little bit private. It's nice if there isn't any interruption by other people during this. And also you can dim the lights a little bit. The idea is to stay lucid, is to stay present. We don't want to fall asleep. So if you're someone who tends to shoot right out of your body the second you lay down, then maybe consider doing this sitting up. We'll be inside of the guided meditation for roughly 30 to 40 minutes, just so you know what to expect. So during this, you'll be taken through a very specific way into the body, and then a very specific journey within to visit different arenas of your mind. And all you are asked to do is follow that process. In this particular journey, what we're going to do is, because we're all here gathering and it's 11:11, we're not just going to empower you with these tools, we're also going to use this time to ripple our energy out and make a difference on Earth for all of humanity. So this is a very benevolent, very safe, very high frequency, and very powerful journey. So get ready to really connect at the highest level. And what this does is kind of open you up, expand your energy field, and maybe introduce you to some tools that you can use, and that you can repeat and go back to at any time. At the end of this, stick around, because then I'll explain what each of the different areas of the mind we visited were, and what it was that you specifically do. And I'm only going to work really with two general areas of the mind. Many of you can probably guess which ones they are, but let's leave specifics to afterwards. So right now, we just begin to come into presence. And I'm going to see if I can give us a little broader view. There we are. So I always begin with a cleansing. I'm going to use my drum tonight. Sorry, I'm not even sure what that electronic sound was. So we're going to take this moment to cleanse the energy in your space and in the space that I'm working in here. We ask that every energy or entity whatsoever that has crossed through this space in any dimension or time whatsoever is now neutralized, so that the space you're in contains only your energy or the energy of those practicing this with you. So we'd like to just neutralize the energy of any objects in the room whatsoever, any history, any memories whatsoever. We'd like to cleanse the energy of every corner, the ceiling, the floor, the walls, the space in between, the space that we cannot see, the spaces within, and the spaces all around. We bring that healing to our own physical bodies, connecting with our energy fields. We ask now that any energy or entities whatsoever that are not in alignment with our highest good, known or unknown to us, are neutralized at this time. We ask that those energies or entities be restored to benevolence in the universe. So we're going to begin this meditation the unconventional way. I'm going to ask you to have your eyes open. I'm going to ask you to focus your eyes on the wall or the ceiling if you're lying down in front of you. and to transport all of your awareness to that place, as if you're a tiny butterfly or your favorite small flying thing. Imagine that you're there on that wall, ceiling, whatever it is, and just experience what it is to be there. Experience the temperature, the pressure, the light, the color. How does it feel to be there? Take some breaths here. Take a deep breath that expands all the space around your heart. And a gentle exhale that surrenders all the tensions of the day. As you keep focusing on that spot across from you, eyes open. Once again, pardon me. There. A sign to use no technology tonight, other than Zoom. A welcome sign. Keep that breathing going. Take an inhale for 4 counts. Really expand the space at the back of your heart, and then as you exhale, really blow out all tension for 4 counts. Take 2 more breaths, 4 counts in, 4 counts out. Now I'm going to ask you to draw your awareness back halfway between that which you were just gazing at and the front of your forehead. Hovering your awareness there in mid-air. Hovering your awareness in space. Nothing solid on any side of you. Transport yourself there. What is it to be hovering? Open air on every side of you. You can move in any direction. Just notice here where you're hovering your energy in the in-between. What is the light like here? The temperature? How's the air pressure? And now I'm going to ask you to draw your attention inward one more time. You can close your eyes anytime you're ready now. Draw your attention, your awareness inward to the space at the front of your forehead. Hovering right there, so close to your body. Just maybe half an inch in front of your forehead. And here you can be aware of the warmth of your body. How is it different to be here, outside of your body, but just in front of it, in the realm of your third eye, within your energy field? as you're there, being aware of your energy field, see if you can become aware of the entire auric field that surrounds your body. Noticing what is the state of your auric field right now. Just noticing, nothing to do. And while you're there, go ahead and send a ripple of light, cleansing, purifying light through your energy field. Cleanse it, purify it. Any and all that is not of your highest good, anything that is not yours, or anything that is that you would prefer not to be there. It really is okay to let it all go. The energy field cleansed, purified, and protective. Inviting you now to allow your awareness to float inwards to the space just behind your forehead, so that now you find yourself inside the physical body at the third eye, and just notice. What does it feel like to be here? What is the temperature, the pressure? What is the activity? Just take those breaths, take those 4 count inhales and exhales as you focus into the frontal regions of your third eye. And we ask now that any and all impressions whatsoever that are not purely and wholly yours and of your very highest good be neutralized now, so that you are restored to your one true authentic essence of mind and soul and purpose. Visualize here as if you're looking onto a screen at the back of your forehead. Visualize here a red apple with a single green leaf. just notice if you're seeing it or if your experience is more like sensing it. No wrong, no right. And then as you see the apple, now see it just dissolve, fall away. Inviting you now to see a circle, a sphere, like a ball. And over that ball is pouring this opalescent white, dripping down until the entire ball is white. And as you observe that opalescent white sphere, it turns to light and shines out upon you, and you find yourself bathed in white moonlight. And feel what it is to be bathed in the light of the full moon. As you observe that beautiful full moon and the feeling of it, let's see now as it just crumbles and falls away to dust. We're going to allow the awareness now to just kind of fall backwards as if it's trusting itself to land on the heart. Your awareness drops down to be captured by, held by, nourished by your heart. And here at the level of the heart, we take this opportunity to let go of any and all energy, memories, records, whatsoever, that are not yours or not of your highest good. Any imprinting of the heart that was not meant for you. Any mistakes of the heart that you would like to release. And as you breathe, taking those 4 breaths, just feel as if a green sprout from your heart, new, is being born, rising up as if towards the sun, upwards, back into the seat of the mind, back to where you just were. And now with the heart and the mind in unison, I'm going to ask you to visualize once again. One person, someone you don't know, someone you've never met, someone you've never seen. Just allow them to be shown to you. Let them show themselves to you. You're not making them up. They're showing themselves to you. And when you see that one person, you will find that this person has one important thing in common with you. And that is a desire to live on an earth that is peaceful, abundant, awake, you share in common with this one person the desire for humanity to arrive at the full potential of humanity with all of their abilities, energetic, psychic, a higher state of presence, well-being, and ability to love in the heart of all. And so now I invite you to share with this person from your heart your light. Shower them in your light. See them illuminated, whatever that looks like to you. And as that person becomes illuminated, feel their light shining on you. And with that light, you feel their gratitude for this service you have done for them. Receive that gratitude into your field, into your heart, into every one of your 50 trillion cells. Feel yourself become strong with the frequency of gratitude. Restored, renewed, refreshed. Inviting now that one person to come and stand beside you, to assist you in awakening more hearts and minds. So now you and your friend, feel them beside you, call before you. Get ready to leap. Get ready to stretch. Do it with a breath. You're going to call before you now 1 billion humans. Stretch, breathe, allow. One billion humans stand before you, and these 1 billion humans share in common with you that same goal. And so it is an easy task when you and your one friend shower this 1 billion humans with your light, with your love, with your awakened minds. illuminated, however that presents to you. And feel, experience the light of 1 billion awakened humans in front of you. With that light that pours off of those 1 billion awakened hearts, you feel their gratitude. Receive now into your heart and your energy field and every one of your cells the gratitude of 1 billion humans. Yourself empowered, lifted, cleansed, awakened even further, rejuvenated with the power of gratitude. As you and your friend invite the 1 billion to come and stand with you. Now 1 billion and 2 strong, you stand together. Feel the power of this, feel the strength of it. You might even feel the light grids, the energy grids of Earth, rippling, shimmering, strengthening as we do this work. So inviting you in this very newly awakened, illuminated company with love in your hearts and a vision for peace on Earth, harmony and balance among all living things, grace and ease, beauty and abundance for all. As you call forth every final human on Earth, the roughly 7 billion, those who are aligned to their highest possible timeline and are fully expecting an awakened future, and those who haven't found it yet and are following past a path less light. The 1 billion and 1 friends standing shoulder to shoulder with you. Shower your light, your intention, your love upon every remaining human on Earth. Observe as some 7 billion humans illuminate, take in the light, some of them for the first time ever. Feel them waking up to their highest potential, their authentic essence, and remembering the human birthright of magnificence, of heart and mind and beingness. Feel the light of these some 7 billion showering out upon you. Feel it in every one of your 50 trillion cells. Feel it in your auric field. Feel it in the field that connects you with every other soul and every other living thing on this planet. Feel it in the aspects of you that is connected with off-planet intelligence, interdimensional intelligence, and life everywhere. Now allowing the gratitude of some 7 billion to wash over you, to restore you, renew you, to fuel you and fire you, spark and flame. Feel the joy, feel the smile. Feel the love that you were meant to experience every day, in every moment. Incarnated as a human. Inviting now that 7 some billion to come and stand shoulder to shoulder with you. And since it's everyone now, let us all come into circle. Some 8 billion humans encircled. We all focus our awareness into the center of the circle. And as the intention of some 8 billion comes together in that center, rises up into the stratosphere as light, and breaks out to encircle the entire globe in a grid of light and peace and joy and gratitude. We extend collectively that awakening and that light to every living thing on earth, every animal, every living creature in our ocean and the ocean itself, the earth, the soil, the rock, the plants, the trees, the birds, our sun, our moon, our solar system, our universe, friends, our guides, and our interdimensional way showers. Now to gently just begin to draw your awareness back into yourself. All the work that we have individually and collectively done here continues until it comes to absolute completion. All that we have visualized here is true and comes to manifestation. Just take some breaths, your breaths. Find your body. Take that breath that expands the space around your heart. Feel the warmth of your skin. Noticing once again the state of your energy field. How is it different now? This would be a nice time to make any intention that you wish for yourself in the high frequency of all that we've created here. Any healing, aligning, balancing, anything that you need. Shanti, shanti, shanti. Coming back into the body, a little stretch, finding the fingers and the toes. Little yawn, big smile. As you're ready, opening the eyes. Coming back to presence. As we come back through the layers into presence. We ask that all portals opened during this time that are for our highest good and will serve each individual and the collective moving forward, remain open. And that every portal that may have been opened that is not of the highest good, that we are unaware of, is sealed now forevermore. We allow this to be done. It is done, it is done, it is done. I'd like to thank the guides of every individual here who helped facilitate this work today, who protected and guided our way in and our way safely home. I'd like to thank every individual who ever does this journey for the difference that you just made among humanity on planet Earth and in yourself. Thank you. And with that, I say, Namaste. Aho.
Beautiful. Thank you, Shelly. What an experience. What a gift that you bring.
They brought it. They told me.
We're all part of it, though, aren't we?
That's right.
It's just so soft. I just love the energy you bring through. I mean, there was so many beautiful parts in that. But my personal favorite was towards the start when you told us to visualize like the butterfly, and I just saw myself as this teeny little butterfly. And I'm like flying around, just like, oh, this is so nice. I think that was my favorite out of the whole thing.
That's so beautiful. You know, it's like every single person's journey is so incredibly different. I've done so many of these, all different, but so, and when people talk to me after, it's amazing how individual the inner journeys are.
Yeah.
It's absolutely incredible. But what I wanted to share to everyone so that they have a reference, that little journey in we did, including the butterfly, right? And coming in, that's when you can't get out of your head or your thoughts are bouncing and you can't find the way in. This is a really good way in. Or if you're having trouble meditating, taking those steps, by the time you get here, like into your energy field and you're experiencing your energy field, you're so activated in your frontal lobe and your visionary centers that the rest of your mind starts to become soft.
Yeah.
And what I promised then was to talk about the two areas of the mind that we visited. And the frontal lobe is the first one. And literally, it's anytime we're like looking onto a screen and intentionally visualizing, that's where you go to visualize what it is you want to manifest. And
Right.
people are always, I mean, everyone wants to know how to visualize for the purpose of manifesting. That's where that is. It's the frontal lobe, and the frontal lobe has the ability, when you go into it and activate it, it silences the rest of the brain. It's the only part of the mind that does that. So it's very strong to be empowered with that. And that act of like seeing, visualizing, for example, the moon, and then feeling the light of the moon showering over you, what that does is it gets you visualizing something while you experience the feeling of it. That's when you affect the quantum field. Like that's that thing, that's what Joe Dispenza has been trying. Well, actually, back in the day, he was all about the frontal lobe, and I was like, Joe, what about the pineal? And he was like, I got nothing. I was
Right.
like, yeah, now it's all pineal, right? It's
Yeah.
changed. It's both. It's
Yeah.
definitely both. The frontal lobe, intentionally visualize. Feel the moment that you feel what you're visualizing, that's when the quantum field is shifting to create. That's when you're able to create what you're visualizing, to
I love that.
manifest it literally. That's what manifestation is. And then later, when we started bringing in the people, I didn't give you a visual of what they look like whatsoever or how they appeared. That was up to you. Well, that's when we're in the pineal. We're
Mm.
not intentionally visualizing, we're allowing it to come in. That's pineal work. The pineal is where we receive vision and intuition and inspiration. So if we want to go into the pineal to do the deeper work, and that's where we also connect with the crown, to connect to our guides and our source. That's where channels come through, right?
Mm.
So if you take a walk from your frontal lobe inwards towards the center of your mind, to this little ball of light, and step inside of it. So I couldn't really get too deeply into the pineal, but I do all of this work really deeply, and I love to empower people with this work because these are the tools. I really honestly feel that when disclosure happens and it's here, when they're here, these are the tools we need. I don't think they show up and come out speaking English.
Right, right. Oh, I know. I say this all the time. I feel like we're going to have different ways to communicate using these extra gifts that at the moment they're just so dormant.
Yeah. But they
Mm.
can be woken up. I think that the astrology and the energy, everything is with us right now to wake up really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just don't think it takes that long. And I don't think it takes any tools or outside stimulus whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah,
It takes you
beautiful.
and your intention.
Well, thank you, Shelly. It's been an amazing experience. Our next speaker is lined up ready to come in. So, yeah, I just want to really thank you. And where can people find you? Do you want to just tell them where they can connect with you?
Absolutely, I would love to. So you'll find me at all the usual places, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as Shelly Reef. More and more, I try to put some really beautiful sound journeys on YouTube to make those accessible. My website is shellyreef.com.
Mm-hmm.
And if you liked what I did here, in January, my next training, I do a variety of sound healing trainings. I specialize in these harps. But in January is a 16-hour course through Soul of Yoga Sound Institute on leading guided meditations with sound.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I give you scripts, including the global light activation, which is what this is called. If you're interested in that, pop onto my website. I'll be at the Conscious Life Expo. I'll have a beautiful booth there. Come and find us. I'll have my best students from around the world giving harp healing. They will put one of these on your chest and play it for you. It's an amazing experience. And a certification in these coming up in March. It's all on my website. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you so much,
Appreciate
Shelly.
your light on the planet. Thank you so much for your work and all that you do. I
Oh, that's
appreciate
so
it.
sweet. Thank you so much. Hey, beautiful soul. Does your soul yearn to meet your galactic family? You're not alone in this journey. The galactic community is a sacred space where starseeds and lightworkers unite to discover their cosmic origins. Here you will find deep connections with your star family, regular activations and resources, access to your multidimensional inner heart. Together, we're raising the vibration of consciousness on Earth. Your galactic family awaits. It's time to remember who you truly are. Okay, everyone. So our next guest is Adam Apollo. He's the CEO of Superliminal Systems. Some of you may also know him from Unify Network. And today's session is going to be quite a bit of a practical thing. You've probably heard Adam, talk at many seminars, and he does a lot with dragons, and you've probably heard his story if you've followed his content for a while. Adam is very multi-talented. We had the pleasure of meeting at Contact in the Desert. He's also been on the First Contact podcast, which got recently released as well. So you can go check out his show there. But today we've got an amazing session lined up for you, which is all about exploring the nature of self. And Adam is going to take you through an incredible journey of navigating the mind and the psyche and the self. Adam, you'll probably do a much better job of explaining it than I am right now. But thank you so much for being here. And I'm really excited for what you're bringing through for the 1111 Gateway for us today.
Thank you. I'm so honored. It's good to be with all of you and to sort of feel you through this time portal and how we're opening these gates to the next level of ourselves. So thanks so much for having me, Isha. And I look forward to opening up some new doorways for all of you and providing some keys to your understanding of reality and yourself and how we can actually anchor different layers of our consciousness more deeply in our bodies and come back into the resonance and emanation of what it's like to be a fully incarnate, fully aware, fully conscious being, and adapt to and transform many of the sort of doing patterns that we tend to get caught within. So, what is the self? Who are we? What does it mean to be an individual being? We often take these journeys through our spiritual growth and transformation to come to know this sense of an almost unreachable space, this field of nirvana where we come into communion with the divine and through that communion realize the true essence of our oneness, the infinite, eternal nature of who we are. This pathway is one that every soul takes, each of us passing lifetime to lifetime, coming deeper and deeper into communion with the power of ourself as we let go of everything. The relinquishing of all the attachments, all the objects, all the objectives, essentially moving into the core nexus of the soul and coming into contact with our true nature across the mirror. And suddenly there's no duality. Suddenly there's no separation. Suddenly we experience ourselves as the one player of the great game, the one chooser of our eternal reality, the essence of infinite being, resonant, eminent, present. And this sacred crossing, this gift of samadhi, this gift of liberation in coming into divine self can in many ways inform us so much about how all of these little things in life that we get caught up in are really not as important. It can help us diffuse and dissolve the illusions of things like debt and money and the ways that control operates, and this belief that others may have power over us, or the belief that we are limited in some way. And so we can look at this pathway of liberation, this practice of personal transformation into our divine oneness self, as a very masculine path in the spiritual construct. And what that means is that the masculine aspects of ourselves are driven to complete something, the drive to cross the threshold, the build up to complete the project, the direction, the need to go forth and do what we are here to do. And there is a great deal of that energy in the pathway of relinquishing and cutting away all that we need, focusing inward deeper and deeper and deeper until we find this place where finally we experience this great relief, the beautiful, divine, orgasmic state of entering this freedom that comes with the infinite eternal self. And yet, once we're there, we want to go back in. We begin to experience and see all the things of creation, and we fall in love. The fall from the divine state through love back into the experience of reality is where gratitude ignites. It's where relationship begins to come into being. From that infinite divine state, we are choosing to experience ourselves as separate so we may love all that is around us. And even to see our own selves and love ourselves through the individuated, sometimes apparently limited journey of the self-experiencing. And yet that experience that we have, every moment, every contact, every conversation, each and every intersection of connection is suddenly seen as sacred. The realization that we're not just in a state of oneness. If all the goal was to be one and just experience yourself as the infinite, eternal everything, that's like saying, I'd love to just go back to the beginning of the game, start over, and not experience anything anymore. I'd rather just be in the infinite, free from any and all experience of time, and rather just rest in the infinite eternal bliss forever and have no actual growth. So we must have chosen to grow. The infinite eternal aspect of ourselves that we know is there and exists is choosing to engage with the journey through space and time. It's choosing to dive in to what it means to not just be the infinite, but to be an infinite individuated essence in relationship to all of the other infinite individuated essences. A soul among souls, a being among beings, a game and a dance of relationship, a dance of love. And so while our spiritualities and practices to come to know the deepest nature of who and what we are have guided us in this masculine path towards the total relinquishing and the total oneness, what's often been forgotten is the divine feminine pathway of coming back down into love and into relationship with all things. And since day to day, life to life, moment to moment, breakfast to lunch to dinner, we have actions and behaviors and exchanges and conversations and partners and lovers and dances and movements. We are much more in the experience of the separation and the dynamic relationships that are moving in our life than we are experiencing ourselves in infinite oneness. Because after all of our experience of time is in fact in this dance that includes duality and trinity and quaternity and all of the different vibrational and structural dynamics that make up space and time. Now, this feminine path of falling in love with everything, of coming into deep and personal awareness of the sacred, of the goddess, of the mater, the mother, all matter around us, in essence, is an expression of that infinite eternal divinity, holographically individuated. And that means all the way down to every single proton. In my work in unified physics, I discovered that protons are the universe's hard drives, that in fact, every proton has the same number of quantum bits of information as there are Planck seconds in the lifetime of the universe. Every instance, every moment is being recorded by all of the matter around us. If you wondered where the Akashic records are, look no further than the fabric of space itself, which is remembering its entire journey. And us, as these flesh-bodied beings with protons in us, are made of and composed of the very protons that make up stars and planets. And without death and transformation and rebirth, we would not even be here. In fact, it was the death of a star a long time ago that created the carbon that now forms so much of your body's structure. So you can give thanks to that sacred pyre of that star's death for giving you and all of us on this planet the opportunity for life. When we begin to see this chain of connections, the intersection of the reality that memory is everywhere, and we start to look at how is all of that memory connected, well, we begin to see a network that forms all of space and time. We call it entanglement, but it's a simple realization that any 2 points, any 2 places, any 2 protons in any matter of any object, whether in your body or in a table or in an object or a microphone, has the ability to entangle 2 other objects and share information. This has been proven by science over and over again, all the way to the point where we've realized we can teleport small amounts of matter, information through space-time simply by entangling the quantum states within 2 fields of energy in 2 different locations. Now, that tells us something, that this law of self-similarity, the law of attraction, as some call it, of being in a specific state and holding that state and then resonating that state, causing things to come to us that match that state, is not just some spiritual, higher metaphysical thing happening in the domain of the astral or in the etheric even, that it's actually also going on in the physical, and that the entanglements of the light lattice are what are allowing that connection to happen. Now, it turns out that in your body, if you count up the number of protons in your body and you look at how many connections each proton can make, which is on the order of somewhere around 10 to the 40th quantum bit connections per Planck second, then it turns out that your whole body can connect to and share information with 10 to the 111 other points within your body and within the universe in each and every second of your life. Now, suddenly, what that means is that in one proton in your pinky, you can connect and share information, little quantum bits, with every single star in the entire universe. And that's just one proton in your pinky. Our bodies are a hyper entangled light lattice of communication. There's a reason why all the cells are doing what they need to do. The DNA is doing what it needs to do. The replication between the cells, your organs, your breath, all these processes all are a flow of information and a flow of data. And it's all running itself with beauty and hopefully precision. And if you're working on and staying with your body and really working on building that communication network in your body, you can develop sensitivity, consciousness, awareness, and many, many skills and abilities. But what does that actually look like? How do we actually connect to the body? What does that even mean? Does that mean do yoga? Does that mean work out? Does that mean I need some more martial arts or some Tai Chi? How do I actually engage this form? Movement, absolutely, is one of the most powerful mechanisms. And our consciousness operates in relationship to our body through elementals. When ancient cultures began to look at their relationship to the physical world and the divine expression of the physical world around them, they began to see that there are certain properties to that connection. That one of those properties is like fire. It's transformative. It's full of heat. It's full of change. One of those properties is air. It's moving based on flow and based on pressure. One of those properties is water. It's liquid, fluid. One of those properties is earth, matter, solid, rocks, things. Now, in our day and age, we simply call the study of these things thermodynamics for fire, aerodynamics for air, hydrodynamics for water, and geophysics for the study of the physical properties of matter and solid earth. Now, each of these four elements is also very directly experienced by us. We have and experience a solid aspect of us, the earth aspect. We have bones within and skin and tissue, and other elements are actually mixed and woven in to create those different facets of us. So our solid self is surrounded by all of this liquid self. Around our bones and around the heavier tissues and muscles, we are full of fluid, our water body. And around this water body and moving through this water and earth body is an exchange of air, breath coming in and out, oxygen flowing through our blood, nourishing our cells, forming and supporting the infrastructure of our body. And the dynamic exchange of movement and energy and electricity between these things produces heat and generates fire in us, which keeps our body warm. The simple reflection of feeling the solidity of our own body. Feel it now. Feel your weight. Notice how gravity pulls upon every single proton in your body. Let yourself be held in the field of the earth's love that is drawing you down towards her core, pulling you towards her heart, supporting you to stand and move and live and dance on the surface of her beautiful planet. Take a deep breath and notice the feeling of your heartbeat. Notice the water in your mouth and the wetness around your eyes. Notice the flow of liquids inside of you, in your stomach. Feel how your body is a pulsing field of rivers. It's a fluid, dynamic, beautiful waterfall expressing itself like a tree and pulsing over and over again, out and returning to the source around your heart. Every gland in your body is secreting fluids, traveling through your system, nourishing your organs, nourishing your skin and your cells. Feel the water aspect of yourself, the liquid of your own living being. Breathe again and notice how the air fills your lungs. Fill it up. Feel your air flow all the way until you're full. And hold that fullness and relax, feeling the gravity, feeling the water, feeling your heartbeats pulse, and let the air out. Realizing that you are in connection and in communion, breathing the very air that others breathe in the same room, breathing in and out the very molecules that have passed from lung to lung to lung to body to body to body across the earth. It's hilarious that for a time we were scared to even breathe each other's air. We forget that we can't remove ourselves from the living flow of the air within the universe. And when we embrace the power of that element and its alchemy, our breath is strengthened, and so is our energy and our power and our chi. Feel the heat in your body. Feel the warmth under your skin. Feel the warmth in your pelvis and your low belly where your digestion is. And notice how you are a resonating being of fire. Notice how this fire expresses itself. And if you breathe and pump that fire, it will build and the heat will grow. Each and every one of these elements is interconnected by electrical circuitry within us, the electricity of our bodies, the flow of the ether dynamics that make up the field of physical energy that's constructed itself into this beautiful form that we are now. Notice the charge. Notice the tingles. Feel the edge of your skin and it intersects with the air around it. Notice how everything in you is connected to and can feel everything around you through this beautiful membrane of light and the electrical conduits that move through and around us, our electron fields. Getting into the body is a journey of exploring and getting to know each of the facets of what we are and what we are made of. The more conscious we become of the service of each organ in our body, the more conscious we become of each of the muscles and how it serves to support and strengthen us. Each part of us is an aspect and a dynamic of the deeper relationship that we can have with our physical being. The exploration of what feels good, what is pleasurable, what is not, to feel the way that our charge can build through touch and contact and connection and pleasure, all the way to states of divine orgasm, entering states of true samadhi, oneness in the experience of ourselves, reuniting in the bliss of the universe and cascading back into it with flows of love. We, as physical vehicles, have so much to learn from ourselves and from our bodies. Day in and day out, there's always a teaching. There's always a bit more we're being shown, ways we can care for our bodies more, ways we can love ourselves even through our challenges, ways that we can accept ourselves for our body's many cravings and desires, and all the aspects of what it means to be human and incarnated and wanting to have and try all of these different kinds of experiences. Getting to know the self is very much grounded in getting to know the body. And we are not just physical beings. That electrical vibrational resonance and the rhythm of us extends around us as a field of light. That etheric body around us is the movement of energy and emotion. So emotion, energy in motion, is flowing through and around us, expressing our feelings as fields of charge. Each of our feelings have different vibrations. They're like notes in a spectrum. We're all songs playing all the time. And as our song changes and the harmonics change, so does the feeling that we have and that we experience. When we come to others and we find ourselves in deep states of synergy and synarchy, exploring the magic and the potential between us and all of the incredible things that can come out and through us, we begin to realize we're a symphony. We're not just one set of instruments or one song, one set of notes, but we're playing into a symphony that's emergent from the people around us, that's part of the reality around us. Any moment in our lives, we're either playing against the music and we're trying to do our own song and we're generally making a train wreck, as we would call it in the DJ world, or we are playing in harmony and in rhythm. We're listening and playing along, matching the sonic landscape of the game of energy all around us. And as we experience that game coming into harmony, all of a sudden we gain a clearer lens of what this grand tapestry actually is and what our role is in it. We begin to see synchronicities and magic occurring, showing us the miracle of what it means to be in tune and in flow with all that is all around us. Yet our emotional bodies sometimes get taken for a ride. We may have feelings from the distant past. We may have wounds from being hurt. We may take something someone says very personally, and it may cause us to feel a great deal of sadness, anger, loss, or other feelings about ourselves or about other people. And it's important for us to learn how we can ground, and also balance this emotional electrical field. When we realize that it's all just music, we start to begin to experience the truth that we can be in a state of a sad song. But just like a movie, as soon as that sad moment starts to turn around, the song changes. The harmonics lift, they expand, they become ever more expansive until even that place of great pain is encompassed and accepted within the greater symphony of our life experience. So, in order to move through some of the most intense emotions, it's not that we need to leave them at all. We need to feel them fully, deeply, and truly, and feel all the ways we feel about those emotions. What does that mean exactly? If we tune in to each of these elements and their vibrational expression, we can begin to see that the element of fire comes through emotion like passion. And anger is very obviously a red, fiery emotion that all of us are familiar with. And yet, when we look at what it actually is, we see that it's a fire of transformation, and that the feeling and experience of anger is also very much the feeling that we have when we're deeply passionate about something. So we can take a feeling of anger and actually make it pleasurable and be passionate about it and feel the joy and the love, expanding our emotional spectrum around that feeling by letting it breathe and be all that it is in that moment. It can rise like a tide and fall, but we harness that anger rather than release it. We cultivate it inwards into a higher state of passionate dedication, because usually all we're really angry about is something else, something that we think we can't control. And it's usually a reaction to something that we're actually very passionate about, that something didn't work. And why? Because we're so passionate about that, we want it to work. So when we bring through the passion, we can transmute that. Similarly, the flow of air is very much intentional. It's about direction. It's about changing the future. It's about changing the dynamics of things. And so when we're in a space where we're a little lost and our minds are lost and we're caught in the airy vortexes and storms, by focusing our intention and our will, choosing a pathway, choosing the thing that we want, deciding that we want this and are going to be free from that, can enable our wind to grow and the current to grow and for it to align ourselves more deeply. Through the energy of earth and solidity, we can actually learn how to relax and to become patient, for creation happens over time. So the emotion of earth is actually a feeling of gratitude and surrender. It's letting what be. It's letting what is. And that's all that needs to happen. It's an awakening of the heart and the causal field, but down inside of the emotional body in the sacral chakra, where we're learning how to simply surrender that what is moving and what's being felt is okay. It's accepted. It's part of creation. And when we do that, our emotional body, we may still feel the pain, but we expand to be able to hold it, to relax in it, to be safe with it. The element of water becomes the vibration of blue. And this blue vibration is the vibration of relation and connection. Just as the water connects all the cells in our bodies and the veins and all the stuff to our heart, the flow of water can help us connect and feel with others. This is why grieving with others, sharing with someone else what's happening in you so deeply, things sometimes you feel like only must belong to you. And yet when you bring them out and you let yourself flow with those emotions, you let yourself feel all that needs to be felt and feel it with others, this can transmute that energy vastly and greatly, because it allows us to be vulnerable to the reality that we're not alone, and that others are just like us, and that other people are going through the very things that we are. We're not stuck. We're not lost. We're not alone. We're all in this together. And so from that feeling and flow of water, we start to recognize this next level of energy that emerges. In the Taoist form, it's called wood. It's also known as lake in the I Ching. And this orange vibration of life force, of what it means to grow and to change and to evolve, begins to thrive. The water itself begins to serve a new way of living and being in the life of yourself. And the feeling of that is very much inspiration. And so we feel suddenly inspired, even as we're going through our own greatest challenges. And that inspiration can lift and open us and move through us, awakening this higher level divine lightning and thunder, the purple ray in the color spectrum, completing the whole circuit and opening us up into a state of higher realization, to ascend beyond all of the feelings and recognize that all of the notes in the song are just parts of the symphony, and they're all okay, and they're all sacred. So right now, just wherever you are, feel your passion for a moment. Just feel it. Know what you care about. Like, what does it mean to really, really, really care? And then relax and feel how that fire creates this elation, this wave of opening. And now focus it in an intention. What is it that you intend to create in the rest of this year? What is it that you want to land in this sacred 1111 crossing? And feel the focus of that beauty. See it with your mind. See it with your clarity. And then relax again. Let it open in creation. Let it be. Trust that just because you intend it, just because you see it, just because you desire it, it already is. It already is coming into being. It's already resonating from you. You are attracting it without doing anything. And then let the water flow. We've all been through a lot. We've all experienced a lot. We've all been through a lot of great challenges this year. And it's all so beautiful. The current of our lives is revealed in that beautiful flow of the water. The changes and the dynamics and the movements and the expansions and the tributaries of yourself coming together, more whole, more full, more beautiful, and more deep. And we feel the emotion of the relation to each other, just how sacred it is that we get to do this all together. And we realize, oh my God, like, I'm not alone. I'm part of something much bigger. I'm not just sitting here talking to myself in a camera. I'm part of an experience that many people are all having. I'm watching this guy on a screen, but I'm realizing that who I am and what I am is more than what I thought. That I'm not just me, that I'm more than me. And yet all these different parts and facets of me are right here, right now, in my potential to claim. I can choose to embrace myself. And here we move actually into the next level of choice. We move through from this physical layer of being, the root chakra and the elementals, fire, air, earth, water, and spirit, up to the emotional elementals of passion, elation, intention, creation, relation, and ascension. And now, as we ascend through those into the white light at the center of the color spectrum, we move into the mental body. And now suddenly we can see how our mind is making different choices. We're choosing to create, to change, to receive, to be active, to be passive. All of these different actions are thoughts and beliefs. And yet the elemental expressions of them are still there, these harmonics connect through the entire universal symphony. And so our minds have properties too. Our expression of fire and passion is the actualization of seeing what it means for something to come into being through the power and the fire of our action, the physical nature of things to come in, to actualize and to land. We want to see it become. We want to transform money into product. We want to transform people and actions into a service and a creation. We want to see things actualize. And from our actualization comes an inspiration state. We can begin to see that we are more and more empowered to create the actual nature of things, the more we're inspired by seeing what others have done and understanding the gift of what it means to be ourselves and to fulfill our purpose. And our mind chooses to expect. So then we have expectations. So we're like, all right, well, if I did this and that's happened and I've got this inspiration, then I expect that this thing will happen. And this is where we get a little caught up, is actually in the harmonic of our own mental expectations. We get attached to the idea of what it might have to look like. And so we need to transcend that state. It's good that the expectation is there because it's faith in our own willpower. It's faith in our own intention of doing something. And yet we need to surrender it. And that's where appreciation comes in. So it's not just what we expect to happen, it's how we can appreciate all that is happening and all that we are in it. And right there, we have the fire of actualization, the wood and lake energy, the life force energy of inspiration. We have the air of expectation of how it's going to flow and where it's going to go. We're trying to predict the weather all the time, right? And yet then when we truly surrender to the appreciation for what is, we allow the causal, beautiful pattern of dynamics that is this loving universe we're in to play itself out. We surrender our minds more deeply into the heart and we begin to truly love what unfolds. And that gives forth through the same water emotion that became our relations to our communication. And we learn how to communicate about what we appreciate. We communicate about what we appreciate. And that changes other people's expectations. That changes their ability to appreciate. That opens them up through inspiration. And it shows each person what's possible to actualize in our actualization. So the mind is doing these dances. It's the dance of creation and creator experiencing and unfolding itself and noticing itself and moving through itself, moving through yourself. And that communication leads to greater states of realization. Have you ever noticed how sometimes you have the greatest ideas as you're sharing something that you're passionate about with somebody else? When you're alchemizing that fire and water, the passion, it's coming through your words and you're doing it. And now it's like, and that's making alchemy. The fire in the water is cooking up some air. It's making a storm. It's creating a hurricane. And then all of a sudden, electricity, boom, lightning strike, realizations happen. Bam, change starts to occur. And voila, so many great things emerge from us when we move through that dynamic of looking at each part of our minds as part of this creation process, part of this divine expression of nature and the elements and the magic within them. And then we come into the white light space, the divining, the divination. What is it really? Who are we really? What are we really doing here? What's the biggest possible realization that we can have? And we start to expand our consciousness in vast new ways. And that leads us to an awareness that our consciousness has been moving and doing this thing for a really long time. And we begin to see the past, and not just the past in these bodies in this life. We begin to see the past of us, of who we are through all time, going back life after life after life after life after life in the journey of the experience of a soul choosing to grow and experience itself in all of this kinds of myriad ways and serve, to love, to be with others, to bring people together, to build soul families and connections that we'll have forever, to fall in love with the other, to fall in love with the universe, and to experience our divine self, our eternal self in this experience of the great play of all that is. And as we accept more and more of our past, we begin to be able to generate more and more of our future. The longer now of the past, as James Redfield would put it, looking at our journey of purpose, life after life after life, helps us to see and articulate exactly what it is we're here to do now. Why? Because we've been in the momentum towards this fulfillment of our destiny for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, thousands of millennia, potentially. And at least for me, life after life after life, as I saw myself churning through time and got to know who I was and why I came here in the first place and why I ended up on this particular planet, the more clear my future became, the more clear the destiny that I have the potential to create becomes. And yet I cannot fall in the expectation of it looking a certain specific way. So I have to expand myself into the causal appreciation and the state that actually knows the relationship that I have to my life, to this journey, to time, and to my journey through time. And from that causal place, the mind gets quiet and you just know. You just know what's coming. You can feel what's coming, and it's going to be better than anything you ever imagined. It's going to look more amazing than anything you could have ever designed when you truly surrender to it. Because that, my friends, is the power of love. It's the power of gratitude. It brings our song into the harmony of the symphony. And so, in this journey of exploring yourself, in this path of getting to know yourself, we must learn to see that the facets of our mind, all these aspects of things we want to do and be and get done and create, inevitably, we must surrender that to the higher state of ourselves that already knows who we are and what we're here to do. As humans, we can get so caught up in, I've got to get this task done and this action, and I've got this task list, and that has to happen by tomorrow, and this bill has to be paid, and that thing has to happen. And we can get lost in the storm of all of the things that we're up in the world creating and manifesting, and get ourselves so riled up in our nervous systems and worried and about it that we can struggle with every moment. We can be facing every moment as a giant struggle, as a mountain to climb, as a difficulty to have. And yet all of that is just a spell. It's just a story. It's a story that you created to challenge yourself to be able to eventually realize that you are in fact already liberated from all those things. The debt you have, are you kidding me? Do you know what that is? Do you know that those credit companies and the companies that made that debt, they created that money at the moment that you signed up for it? It didn't come from somebody else's wallet. It's not hurting some giant credit card company when you have debt to them. No, absolutely not. They made up that money from scratch. And if you don't pay it off, they're going to just write it off anyway. And they're going to get money anyway for the money they already created. It's a game. It's all a big game, and it's a game that humans made up to create power and tensions and strugglers and create this systems where, you know, you can be powerful or not powerful. And then there's all of these stories and tales and mental programs that are telling us, most people, you're not powerful. Like, you're up against big things. These things are unstoppable. You can't change the political world. You can't change the war. You can't, you know, these things are bigger than you. But it's not true. They're not bigger than us. We are part of all of it. We created all of it. We created the stories behind all of it. And we have the potential to heal from our traumas in the past and accept ourselves and love ourselves and move through our own alchemical journey of healing the deepest wounds within us. Or we can deny them and reject ourselves and resent the things we did in the past and just seal and try to close off those things so we don't have to experience them. But guess what? They will poke through, they will break through. You will be caught right back in the very storm of your own isolation. And here we are on a planet that's done a lot of lying, a lot of isolation, a lot of disinformation. And we're in the alchemical process now of having to face the deepest truth, to face who we are, to re-embrace who we are, to love who we are, to accept who we are, to accept that we all just ended up on this journey. And that, these actions of great evil are really just actions out of great trauma. It's trauma being passed and passed. And we start to realize and see ourself as not just something that's playing the game, but that has an opportunity to transform the very game we're playing, has an opportunity to be a guardian for others and to support others through great transformation. So here we are on this 1111 gate with a tremendous opportunity and potential together now to surrender what we are holding, to let what we know is coming to this world be, and to let it be in our being, to feel it, and to, just move into that state in your body, to shrug off all the old constructs, clear and remove, cancel and resolve, do the theta healing, QHHT, take the ayahuasca, go on the 5-MeO journey, do the things you need to do to let your mind break down enough of the constructs so that you can start to reforge a sword of light within you, a piercing sword of mind and intent that aligns fully with the sacred holy grail of your heart, that matches the level of integrity you're choosing to stand for in honor of the sacred gift of what we are here to share in relationship with each other. And we drink of that sacred cup, we receive of that divine love, and we let our souls let it in. And we hold the power of our great intention and we surrender our expectations. We allow that we are a blazing star emanating the light of truth around us. And everything begins to change. The whole world begins to change. All the limitations and all the constructs, all of it begins to be seen in its perfect placing and its perfect time. And that's us. The journey of a sacred being traveling through time for fun. And don't forget to make it joyful. Welcome back, Isha.
I love it. That was such an incredible journey. You just took us on from being in the body to looking at the mind, and then you just brought it right back home, and you made it fun. So I think that's the key to life, right?
That's right. I mean, that's it. It's all a game. Realize that all of the stories, all the journeys, all the sacred knowledge, it's all just an interconnected puzzle that you've built for yourself to play this freaking epic role-playing game of incarnating in that body right there, to go on this journey and adventure as whatever character you're going to make yourself to be. You're choosing it every single step of the way.
It's beautiful. And question for you, Adam. So you've clearly chosen this life, right? Very consciously chosen this.
Oh yeah, this is a
If
good one.
you were to do it all over again, what kind of character would you be?
I wouldn't change a damn thing. I mean, this is me. This is the, I mean, I love it. I love this body. I love who I am. I love my life. I love my journey. I mean, every step of my path through my life, when I look at my lifetime, it's just astounding to me. It's miraculous to me. It's so amazing. I couldn't have ever designed or constructed an idea that would be better than that.
Yeah.
And I think that that's true of all of my lives, even the hardest ones.
Yeah.
I would never trade them for anything, because every one of them taught me something exquisite and has helped evolve my soul and who I am as a being, to be in service to all life and to all consciousness through the whole universe.
That's so beautiful. Once upon a time, I was struggling so much that I didn't even want to be on this planet, to where I am today, where I wish I could have all the lives all at once. And I want to be a painter, an actor, a dancer, a scuba diver, an astronaut, just all the things, and then it made me
Yes,
realize, and I was like, no wonder we need so many lives to do it all,
that's
right?
right. Yep. Exactly. And you can kind of get a little bit of a shortcut if you remember your past lives. And
Yeah,
then instead of having to learn something from scratch, you get to have the experience of the memory of having studied it over a lifetime. And then you pull out a sword and you know exactly how to use it. You never even had to have the training. And some people are like that with cooking. Some people are like that with writing. We all have these different gifts that we've developed in different lives. And I think integrating those gifts across our lifetimes gives us a much, much more rich and full experience of this life.
absolutely. You nailed it. Thank you, Adam. It's been the most amazing transmission for the 1111 Gateway. And as always, I
Such an
deeply
honor.
appreciate you and your presence. And thank you so much for all the beautiful work that you do.
It's my pleasure and honor, Isha, and blessed be to all of you out there. May love be with you always, and may the rest of this day be gorgeous and glorious for you.
Thank you. And where can people find you, and what do you have coming up that you want to tell them about?
Yeah, well, it's pretty easy. You can just go to my website, adamapollo.com. And the most exciting thing that I have coming soon is my book, The Dragon Key, which you can learn about, join the inner circle of at thedragonkey.com, is coming into its paperback and hardback version in the next few weeks. So by the time you're watching this, it may actually already be available on Amazon. So check out thedragonkey.com, learn about my book and some of my journey of integrating all of my past lives and this incredible dance with all of these soul family that I've had across these lifetimes. I think you'll find it very nourishing and rich and empowering to your soul. And more importantly, I think that we all find deep codes in ourselves through the vast and amazing revealing of the others around us. So it reads like a fantasy sci-fi romance novel too. So if you're just into those genres, you'll really love it.
That's amazing. That sounds incredible. Thank you so much, Adam. And for everyone who's tuning in to this 1111 Gateway, let us know in the comments how you found that talk. Send Adam a bit of love, and we'll be right back with our next speaker. Hey everyone, it's Isha, and I just want to say thank you so much for joining me in this incredible 1111 event. This amazing experience is not possible without each and every single one of you who are showing up and contributing. You're showing up to the sessions, you're contributing your time, your energy, and together, this is how we create this amazing impact for the planet. I'd never underestimate the power of group meditation and coming together to create real change. So I just want to deeply, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here. And I just want to share something with those of you that want to take this to the next level. It's fantastic to do all of these activations and to really show up in this way. And the building of the new earth doesn't happen with just one person or overnight. It's an ongoing process. And it really takes us to be able to commit ourselves into that long term and ongoing vision and mission that we're really here for. The vision that we stand for is to really see this population uplift its vibration into 5D consciousness by 2027, so that we can experience this open contact and a peaceful open contact. And so what I've done is I've created this 5-day experience that's specifically for people who want to take that to the next level. It's for people who want to build a life out of this. So I'm talking the entrepreneurs, the starseeds, the healers, the coaches, the leaders, the people that really want to step up in this way. I've got an amazing opportunity coming up for you. On the 25th to the 29th of November, I'm hosting for the very first time a 5-day journey, which is all about how to live your life and business in 5D consciousness. It's for people who want to take their connection to their higher self, to their galactic guides, and to the spirit realms into a whole new level. I'm going to be sharing in those 5 days things like how to connect with your higher self, how to clear your energetic blockages, and then how to actually become a 5D entrepreneur in a way that's in divine will and soul alignment so that you can live the life with the purpose and fulfill the vision and mission that you were born for. So many of us came to this planet with these amazing purposes, these amazing missions, and then we got really lost under the veil and we forgot who we are. And so in these 5 days, I'm going to help you remember and awaken and tap into that higher essence. And the entire experience is free. So I would love for you to click on the link, journey.ishapatel.com. And there's a QR code here as well. And sign yourself up for this event. I'm going to spend 5 days with you. It's going to be a live event where I'll be in there and engaging with everyone and making sure that we all have the ability and the capacity to lift up and build a new earth together. So thank you so much for being a part of this incredible experience. And if you want to join in the next event we have coming up, click on the link or go to journey.ishapatel.com and I'll look forward to seeing you there. Hey everyone, I hope you guys are enjoying so much this beautiful 1111 Gateway event so far. And my next guest is a beautiful soul brother that I'm very pleased to invite and participate in this experience. So this person is Oren Harris. He is the king of flow, and he and I know each other through a beautiful entrepreneurial community. We met in person, had the pleasure of meeting in person in Los Angeles last year.
Mhm.
And Oren has this beautiful spoken piece that when he shared it with us at this event that we met at, it just kind of, it's like the whole room just went still, right? Like everybody was just mesmerized by this piece. And so when I was thinking about, the experiences that we can bring through this 1111 portal, of course we had to include it. So Oren, I would love to welcome you to our beautiful event and tell us a little bit about this spoken word piece that you're about to share for us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. So, this particular piece actually came to me maybe 3.5 years ago. It was one of those 4 o'clock in the morning, inconvenient spirit knocking on the door. I woke up and I was starting to just like receive streams of like frequency and information, but I wasn't translating it yet. And then I was like, I tried to go back to sleep, and then just the energy kept coming. And then I was like, okay, this is something asking me to be present for it. And so I woke up, sat up, pulled out my notepad, and like the first line came to me, but it's almost like the whole transmission downloaded to me. And,
Mm.
so then I channeled it out, wrote it through, and I've been sharing it, I've been performing it, and I've also been unpacking it myself. It's like layered with messages of what feels like, well, it's a bridging heaven and earth, right? And messages from the future now and the future me in the now. And yeah, I am a bridge, in many ways. And so that's how it came to me. And it was just really in just one sitting, maybe like an hour total. And I was like, well, that's complete.
But it's incredible how sometimes when we just stop to listen, these things come through so easily, right? I mean, some people would spend hours, days coming up with something so profound. And yet when we're just in tune and alignment with that energy, it's like, there it is. This is what wants to come through. So it's amazing that you were able to catch
Yeah.
that thread, listen to it, translate it, and actually bring that through for people.
Yeah. And I think that, we're all unique souls, but I think that phenomenon, that ability to be receptive and to translate is something that anyone can do. It just requires a level of receptivity and allowing, and I guess, willingness to bring through, whether it's the voice or the written word, what it is that's coming through without bringing the mind in too much and questioning it. It's like, is it good? Is it what does it mean? Are people going to like it? It's like all of those things can, disturb the actual channel. And so I've practiced doing that for so long that I think it's just become a natural way of being. That's how I freestyle rap too, right? I'm just translating like feelings and frequencies into form, into formation. And in that case, it would be rapping. In this case, it's spoken word poetry. When I'm speaking on stage, it's that, but that surrender and allowing and receiving, and then the ability to translate it and bringing it into expression, um, is something that we all do in our own way, right? Maybe it's when you're dancing, maybe it's when you're making love. I was actually sharing with someone recently because they're like, man, freestyle rap, I'm a dancer, but that seems like crazy to channel in that way and weave intricate rhymes. I said, well, it's actually not as complicated as you think if you realize that it's the same as dancing, because when you're dancing, you're relaxed, you're receptive. You could be listening to complex soundscapes and rhythms in your body. You're just naturally bringing it into expression quite effortlessly.
Mm,
So writing, poetry, freestyle rapping in its essence is the same thing. Speaking, if you let it be.
exactly. It's so beautiful. And you've
Yeah.
had the pleasure of sharing this with some fairly large audiences, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just shared it with like 40,000 people at the largest music festival in Europe with some like world-renowned artists, the Black Eyed Peas, hip hop icons were there, like this just massive stadium level. Yeah, which was amazing. It felt like I was sharing the bridge, but I was also being the bridge because that audience in particular was more of a mass audience and such a variety of people versus like an event where it's like, okay, people who are like in conscious community that are already have a certain level of openness and receptivity. This was just like a broad audience, people coming in from all kinds of walks of life. Who knows, there's substances, alcohol, like just so it literally was like a bridge or like a light piercing into, I don't want to say the darkness, but like into an environment that is, you know, quite large and quite varied in terms of the beings that were showing up.
Mm.
Yeah, and it was wild how that even manifested, how I got invited because there's all of these like celebrities. I mean, I guess I'm a celebrity in my own field, but not in like the music scene, you know what I mean? It's like Black Eyed Peas, Oren Harris, right? But it's very divinely orchestrated how I got invited. I had spontaneously shared my spoken word piece that I'm going to share with you guys today, at another festival over some music on stage. And someone loved it so much that they invited me to bring it to the main stage.
That's incredible. Well,
Yeah.
Oren, I guess you got to share it with us now then after
Yes.
that amazing preamble. We're very
Yeah.
excited to hear your piece.
I'm ready. Let's go. Take a deep breath. Hmm. I'm going to say this slowly so you don't get it twisted. You are pure love. You are divinely gifted. I came back in time just in case you missed it. A message from God. The veil has been lifted. Only love is real. All else is illusion. The matrix of mind is just pure confusion. Lost in the night. We hid from the light. We created a self with eyes but no sight. Lost in the land of perception, misdirection, a dream of separation. This is inception, hypnotic deception. Die to the dream, a complete resurrection. Awake beyond sight with spiritual vision. Complete surrender in just one decision. It's time to wake up and remember your worth. You are the bridge between heaven and earth.
Thank you, Oren, for your beautiful gift.
My pleasure.
And for those of you tuning in, I hope you allow the words to just land in your being as we continue journeying through this portal that is the 1111 gateway.
Mm. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So our next speaker today for the 1111 Gateway is Andrea Bezak-White. Now, Andrea is a heart math certified teacher, and the session that she's offering for you today is called Our Human Resource, the Heart. In this session, you're going to be tapping into the intelligence of the heart, which is the essence of heart-brain synchronization. So, Andrea, welcome to the stage, and thank you so much for being here today.
Hi, thank you. I'm honored to be here and to guide all of you to reconnect with your heart through a heart coherence practice. And the beginning of the practice, we're going to activate that coherence state. And then we're going to move into a practice that's going to maintain the coherence during our time together. We will begin with just a brief explanation of coherence. Now, the neural network of our heart is always interacting and communicating with our brain, with our human brain and our nervous system. And when these body systems are synchronized with our heart, we're in a state of coherence. It also facilitates synchronization of the left side and the right side of our brain, so the analytical and the creative. And it's quite magical when we're able to interweave those two sides of our brain and synchronize them. In coherence, we are shifting the quality of our thoughts and emotions to ones that are renewing and uplifting. The intelligence of our heart is the most powerful catalyst for personal growth and for our transformation. It's a profound time in human evolution that how we show up each day is being magnified more so now than ever before. And the world is calling upon you to show up. And it is truly impacting our environments on a global and galactic scale. So being in a coherent state creates a smooth heart rhythm pattern. And when we show up in a coherent state, we show up with deeper intuition, clarity, with compassionate empathy. So those who identify as an empath and we feel drained at the end of our day, when we are able to maintain a coherent state throughout the day, we're more likely to show up with more compassion. And that's the compassionate empathy. Less drain and more renewal. More connection and collaborations that flow. And although we naturally flow in and out of this state throughout the day, we are the only species on this planet that can activate a state of coherence by our own free will. And I am honored, absolutely honored, to show you how. Just a few facts before we get started. The human heart actually develops before the brain in utero and has a fascinating 40,000 neurons that communicate 9 times more with our brain than our brain with our heart. And our brain has billions of neurons. The electromagnetic field of our heart expands well beyond 6 feet, and they can measure this with a magnetometer, up to 6 feet. But we all know that expands well beyond the 6 feet. That can be measured. And this is a field with the information of our emotional state. And our electromagnetic field is also influenced by those around us, our environment. And as we connect with our heart and shift into a coherent state, we are nourishing the field around us, which overlaps with others' electromagnetic field. So you too are influencing others energetically. Well, I can continue to talk about our fascinating heart because it truly resonates with me. But the best way to experience this intelligence is to tap into it through practice. So I invite you today to join me in this beautiful practice of reconnecting with our heart into this coherent state. And you may, if you feel called to do so, keep your eyes open or closed, whichever you're comfortable with. And if you feel called to, place your left hand, your receiving hand, just over your heart. And actually just acknowledging your heart and placing your fingertips on your sternum actually release oxytocin, the feel-good hormone. So as you get settled in, your eyes open or closed, hand on your heart, I invite you to focus on the area of the heart. Breathing a little slower and deeper than usual. Draw in a rejuvenated feeling such as joy, appreciation, gratitude, care, or love. For someone or something in your life, possibly a pet or a plant. Focus on your heart space, breathing a little slower and deeper than usual. Maintaining this feeling of appreciation, gratitude, or care. Shifting from thinking to feeling. Feeling this expansion of your heart with each breath. The Pleiadians are known for this ever-expansive heart space. I invite you to continue to tap into this innate intelligence. Really being present with your breath and your heart. Breathing slower and deeper than usual. Feeling that heart space expand with each inhalation. And draw upon that feeling of appreciation, care, love, gratitude. Bathing in this frequency of a coherent heart. Breathing in slower and deeper than usual. Now that we've activated this coherent state, we're going to shift into maintaining this state. So I invite you to begin to down-regulate your breathing. Breathing in, counting to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. and exhaling to the count of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Continue this rhythm of down-regulating your breath, inhaling to the count of 4 and exhaling in the count of 5. And once again, as we activated the coherent state, we're going to bring in an uplifting feeling of appreciation, care, or compassion for someone or something in your life. Let's take a few moments just to bring awareness back to our heart space, continuing to focus on that expansion with each inhalation. Your mind starts to wander, just come back to my voice, your breath, your heart. Radiate this heart energy to every cell in your body, possibly envisioning each cell or even just a single cell oscillating and pulsating a warm light. Now radiate this feeling, this coherent state outside of yourself, extending it to those who are here today. Possibly you know someone personally in this space. Visioning a ribbon of energy expanding beyond the global field into the cosmic field. Ultimately, between the two, there is no separation. Continue breathing slower and deeper than usual. Feeling the expansion of your heart space. Cherishing this feeling of gratitude, joy, or appreciation. I gently invite you back into the space. Gently opening your eyes. Dropping back into awareness of your surroundings. Possibly wiggling your fingers and your toes. Just notice how the area of the heart feels in this moment. Such a profound practice to be done with a group of people. Reflect back on possibly when you woke up this morning and bring awareness to what the area of the heart felt like this morning for you. Did you have awareness of your heart space? Or were we all consumed with the monkey mind? How has your energy shifted during this practice? Possibly you're feeling a deeper sense of awareness of being. We're being asked at this time, globally and galactically, to show up. And how do you show up each day? Are you depleting the field? Or are you uplifting the field, nourishing it with uplifting and renewing emotions? Later on today, reflect on what are you feeding the fields? And how do you plan to move forward to nourish that field? I have so much gratitude for each and every one of you and where you are in your journey and where you are here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea. That was so beautiful. I can feel the heart expansion, and I know for everyone who's watching and tuning in today, I'm sure they're all feeling it as well. And if you are, guys, type in the chat box. Let us know how you're going. I know we can't see you on the screen right now, but we'd love to hear from you. Let us know how that session was. And in a few moments, we're going to be back live with our next guest. Thank you so much, Andrea, for joining us and facilitating this beautiful experience for the 1111 Gateway.
Thank you, Isha. It's been a pleasure of mine. Truly honored. Thank you.
All right, guys, stay tuned for our next incredible guest. Hey everyone, we're so excited to have our next guest for the 1111 Gateway special event, Peace, Love, and Contact. And today's guest is Aisha Love. She's sharing with us a higher love harmonic activation. Aisha, welcome and thank you so much for being a part of this amazing 1111 event that we've created.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to bring the higher love alchemy through as I've been inner directed to do.
Beautiful. Well, take it away.
Will do. Okay, so I invite everyone to just go ahead and take a few presencing breaths. You can go ahead and close your eyes, tune out the outside world, and breathe in through the nose deeply. Let the belly expand. And on the exhale, just let go. Let go of extraneous thought. Let go of tension in the body, the shoulders, the jaw especially. Bring your attention to your lower back, specifically on being guided. With this next in-breath, take a nice deep belly breath inward. And on the exhale, focus on letting go of all the tension that all of your ancestors have held for thousands of years. You have the capability now, through your own human avatar, to begin to let go of this tension. On this next in-breath, we're going to begin activating the body's higher wisdom, the original divine template. And on this out-breath, focus on letting go of thinking completely and returning to the 0 point, your origination point. And then return to gentle breathing in and out through the nose. And hold the 0 point. My field is supporting you. Zero out all thought. And we're going to initiate this powerful bit of inner tech. The body has a built-in nervous system regulation reset. No mindfulness, no meditation required. There we go. The activation is happening right now. The body itself resets from the solar plexus outward in the multidimensional template, complete nervous system regulation. Your emanation now is broadcasting all is well. So there may be fear that runs in the thoughts, and that's okay. But there's also a thought and an observation of, wow, I just feel calm. This is the body's wisdom, and the body is speaking. It's the body's multidimensional template. And again, the original design, reclaiming nervous system regulation. This is so important because fear is so destructive. And when the nervous system is dysregulated, we cannot hold a consistent, coherent emanation, which is a set of instructions into the physical reality fields for something that is not full of distortion, not full of dis-ease and disharmony. So higher love alchemy is the original design's reset, and what is being brought through my field in real time is this reset, is this gift of the inner tech, of remembering that the body can override the thoughts, and we do not have to use our consciousness to override the body. This is one of the great inversions of our time and forgotten truths that is built into the multidimensional reality. As this is rolling out, I can feel my field supporting you all, integrating it. And as you're integrating, there's a lot of release here in the throat chakra so that you can begin to speak much more directly from this original calm reset emanation that you always have been, before fear disrupted, distorted, and disharmonized your expression through discord. So we are reclaiming and restoring the original template through this activation. We can call this higher love, but tonight what's really wanting to come through is the original design is reclaiming itself at this time. You are not some accident of evolution or lost in a small human experience. The human design is a powerful multidimensional template. And as these words are spoken, here comes another layer of activation. And so bring your awareness into your heart center. And from this place now, without all the fear churning in the solar plexus, you'll begin to feel your own higher codes and instruction sets of what you came here, your soul purpose, your plan. And now you're beginning to harmonize the ancestral line in the vehicle. So much of what has come down the ancestral lines, the trauma, again, the discord is the word that's being emphasized, is beginning to neutralize and find its new coherent harmonic, so that that which goes forward from this line forward and is now available in the unified field via this template is something incredibly harmonic and coherent and very, very creative. It is remembering its ability to create in a harmonic, coherent way, forgetting and dissolving and erasing the fear-laden, distorted templates that humanity has come to think are normal. They may be normal, but they were never the original design. And here comes the original design imprint is coming through my field. And it's pulsing, and it's bringing your templates into that coherent original design. So a lot of your own higher creativity now is unlocking, and a lot of limitations and blocks not even are clearing. It's as if they never existed because your template has shifted. And this is a huge engine I'm being shown of creativity initiating itself into humankind at this time. These were always your templates. This was always your coherence. This was always your harmony to claim and to live. This is the birthright. This was always angelic humanity's birthright. This was the original design, and it is making its way back into our remembering at this time. So the invitation now with all this up and running in your emanation is to go forth and create joyfully and powerfully, and to forget the idea that you are somehow powerless or not very powerful. Those are very antiquated notions associated with ancestral lines that were living out trauma and distortion. And now you are in your full reclamation of the original angelic human design. Go forth, create playfully and joyfully. and you have all of my love and support. You can call on me anytime in the astral. I show up in your dreams, meditations, and I will be right alongside you. If ever a moment of self-doubt creeps in, call me in and we will just move forward through that. And your beautiful original song that you are, this vibrational, symphonic, and harmonic that you are creating, is exactly what is being invited by the greater all that is at this time. Thank you for being embodied, and thank you for transforming the embodiment and reclaiming the original human design. I love you all.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that powerful transmission. I can just feel the energy radiating out. And yeah, I really felt that in my jaw and my throat as well when you were speaking into that. So yeah, powerful. Thank you so much. And for everyone tuning in, please leave a comment if you enjoyed that. Let us know how you went. And Aisha, where can people find you if they want to learn more about your work?
You can always go to my website, multidimensionalu.com.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And everyone stay tuned for our next session for the 1111 Gateway. Hey, beautiful soul. Does your soul yearn to meet your galactic family? You're not alone in this journey. The galactic community is a sacred space where starseeds and lightworkers unite to discover their cosmic origins. Here you will find deep connections with your star family, regular activations and resources, access to your multidimensional inner heart. Together, we're raising the vibration of consciousness on Earth. Your galactic family awaits. It's time to remember who you truly are. Hey everyone, I hope you're thoroughly enjoying this beautiful lineup of experiences. We've had so many incredible things for you guys already, and this one is just another beautiful experience that's going to help you to elevate your consciousness during this 1111 Gateway. So our next guest is a beautiful friend of mine who I've known for many years. I'm very excited that she's partaking in this show today. I'd like to welcome to the stage Reverend Honi B. Now, Reverend Honi B has done a lot of things in this lifetime. She's got a very extensive bio, which you can learn more about when you connect with her yourself. One of the ways that I've met Reverend Honi B is many years ago when she was in Perth and she facilitated a quantum hypnosis healing session on me, which back then she was doing the Dolores Cannon's work. Her work has evolved a lot since then. I've had the opportunity of staying with herself and her partner Michael, who's also on this event as well. We've done some sort of healing exchanges together, and one thing I can share about Reverend Honi B is that her work is very aligned with, she works with the Arcturian Golden Council of Light. She works with Master Yeshua. There are many beings that come through her, and in her podcast that we did on First Contact, you can go and read listen to the full story of that, where she shares the near-death experience and how she connected to all those aspects of self. So I'm very excited for today's offering that she's very kindly giving us. That is the crystalline diamond light body alignment meditation. And one thing that's really special about this is and I want to share this, my personal experience. I feel like as we've been tuning for all these preparations for the event, I feel like I've had this big attunement to what you're bringing through already. And that's what I was going to share with you before we started the recording. And I thought, no, I'll save it for when the guests are listening in, because I felt the energy of what was about to come through in this session that we're about to have. And the way that I've already experienced it, not to give too much of a spoiler, but the way that I've already experienced it is like my whole body is vibrating with this diamond grid. And I know you've spoken about this quite a lot, especially, with the recent hurricanes and the Sarasota area where there is this diamond light grid at Siesta Key. And so I just want to sort of frame that for people, that what's coming through today is a really powerful transmission. It's about the personal ascension, because we're uplifting the crystalline diamond light grid within us, but there's also this collective element to it as well. And that's a big part of what we're doing for the 1111 Gateway. So with all of that said, I'm very happy to welcome you to the event, Reverend Honi B, and thank you so much for being here with us today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, beloved sister. It is truly an honor to take part in collaboration for this incredible event, and everybody that is taking part. everybody that is allowing. I really put it in that way. And thank you so much for inviting me. It is just truly joyous that we are celebrating and uniting once again, just so that we each can take part in what is being unfolded here. And the one thing that I like to share is what I am going to welcome each of you and your participation to participate in is actually not ascension, is ascension. It is all about embodiment. Most of the individuals that are on your platform on as your guests and participants, they've all been on their ascension journey for quite a while. My part is fully dedicated through my ministry, which is Ascension Alchemy. It is the embodiment of ascension. So it's truly grounding it into the body, not going anywhere else but right here. And this diamond, crystalline diamond template that I'm speaking of is a journey of 12 years that I have been able to sort of like, I want to say, in my human self has been able to allow it to become more and more refined in the body, and allow that in which 12 years ago, when I had crossed over to spirit side and got to experience the golden council of 12 plus Master Beloved Yeshua, the living Christ, what was shown to me with this I am presence, which is the great presence, that eternal light, that eternal Christ, what that is as a living light, how it is in a diamond crystalline experience, and what the template is like. So it has been for me 12 years on a journey and a walk to attempt to grasp it from a consciousness of spirit, then from the etheric plane through the light body, then through the mental plane grasping it, then emotional body, and then bringing it into the physicality so that it becomes a true living experience in which this eternal light presence, which is the streaming of the pure Christ light, can be brought into this plane of physicality, not outside of it, and where these goods that are part of what the nature of us already is can be brought forth. For example, many of the bringers of light know they have a great mission to fulfill on earth. However, because of a lot of the trials and tribulations, a lot of the trauma, a lot of the challenges, a lot of the true difficulty of this life, they haven't been able to fully deliver that mission through. So with this very gentle, beautiful, crystalline diamond allowance within you, you get to allow what is your true nature so that it can harness deeper into you. Therefore, it streams through you. You will not be able to do it with just your human self. From attempting to do it from your human body, it doesn't work. You have to allow it to come through your human body and from inside out pour through. With that also comes all the benefits, all the blessings that have already been bestowed upon you on the altar of your soul's expression, that comes with the financial relief and all of that. It is already being given to you. So all truly requires for you to move into the receptive mode and allow your crystalline diamond that is encoded within the first, the second, and the third grid system of Earth, whether it is the actual physical crystals or the liquid light crystals, which was the third one that I was assigned with my planetary mission for 5.5 years. So having said that, I just really felt for this 11:11 gathering to allow the gateway of your own incredible doorway open up to what you already are, and just allow it be more here. So with that, I'd like to welcome all of you to get started with me. Let me drink some water. And I'm going to put a very gentle, very, very gentle music in the back. And I'm going to have you just sit in the most relaxed position you possibly can. And we're going to go ahead and start this here. Let me just make sure the sound is coming in. One moment. Let me just make sure the sound is coming in. Thank you so much. It's a very gentle music in the background. Okay. So I'm going to have each of you sit in the most relaxed position, in a seated position, dear hearts, with your spine straight. And I'm going to ask you to please slightly lean back so you allow yourself to be in a receptive mode. And allow your chin to be parallel to the ground as you lean back. And I ask you to please bring your beautiful hands together and lay them on the altar of your heart so that you can lead with this gentle meditation that is specific to the crystalline diamond light body in the most beautiful way, leading with your heart. So let's just go ahead and take a nice, very simple in-breath in, breathing through your nose into your heart, and pause right in your heart. And just become aware of your beautiful heartbeat. So you're present with your heart as you release the breath. Take another deep in breath in, nice and gently, back into the heart. Pause for a second or two so you can connect with the light of love that emanates from your heart as you release your breath. And next in breath, go ahead and breathe in even slower. Bring it back into the altar of your heart and pause and become aware that your beautiful heart is connected to the heart of Source that has created you with its loving stream that is streaming forth. And your heart is also connected to the heart of Gaia and every living being within this same heartbeat. And we will lead through this entire process with the beauty of your heart. Go ahead and release your breath. And we're going to go ahead and start just to relax the physical body and embrace the physical body. Go ahead and take a nice in-breath in into your heart and pause. And with all your love from your heart, go ahead and draw the attention to the bottom of your feet and into your feet. thanking your beautiful feet for its walk upon earth today. And go ahead and release the breath. Take another in-breath in, back into the heart. And now draw your attention to your ankles and your lower legs and into your knees, giving so much appreciation for this beautiful physical body that you're in. And release the breath with so much love. And take another in-breath in, back into the heart. Pausing and feeling your love growing more. And drawing that attention as it pulls forth into your thighs and into your hips. And allowing that love to saturate your thighs and your hips as you release the breath. And circling the breath once again, even slower back into your heart, and noticing each breath, this love inside of you is growing even greater. And from that beautiful place, go ahead and pour it now into your sexual organs, into your bladder, and even your kidneys, and release your breath. Taking another gentle in-breath in, back into your heart. And with that gracious presence of love pouring forth, draw it now to your large intestine, your stomach and esophagus, and even the microbiomes, allowing them all to relax with so much love as you release your breath. Taking another in-breath in, even slower, allowing your body to relax more. Draw the love to your liver, to your spleen, to your gallbladder, and even the pancreas, letting them all relax with so much loving presence. And breathing back again into your heart. With each breath, your body getting even more relaxed, even more love, as you allow it to outpour now into your beautiful lungs, relaxing your lungs and your heart, outpouring that loving presence, feeling it even greater as you relax and let go even more. Taking in the breath, back in your inhale, back into the heart, leading with the love of your heart coming from source, pouring it now into your shoulders, down your arms, your elbows, forearms, wrists, palms, and fingers, letting it all relax with so much love and gratitude as you breathe out. Draw the next in breath, allowing your entire body to relax more as you inhale back into your heart. And from your heart, draw the attention to your neck, to your throat, to your jaws, lips, sinuses, and ears, letting them all relax with so much love and appreciation. And circling the breath, back again into your heart. Drawing now the awareness from your loving attention of your heart into your eyes and into your forehead, your pineal gland, top of your head, your hair, your brain, the neurotransmitters, your frontal lobe, and your atlas joint, letting them all relax and let go as you breathe out with this love. And taking another in breath back into your heart, pausing as you feel this overflowing love. Allow it now to draw from top of your head into each of your vertebrae, down to your cranium, and into the liquid light inside your spine as you release the breath and let it be relaxed in love. And draw the breath back into the heart. And again, with overflowing, glorious love, draw the attention now to your beautiful central nervous system. And allow your central nervous system to also relax with this presence of divine love as you breathe out. And draw the breath back into your heart. And now from here, allow your muscles and your bone to relax. And allow your bloodstream to relax in love. Allow your white blood cells to relax. And allow every cell of your being, atoms, molecules, to completely relax with the presence of this divine love as you breathe out. Now I'm going to invite you to take the next in breath and draw it to your heart and pause here. And pause and take awareness to the diamond light inside your heart. There's this glorious, magnificent, radiant, bright, bold diamond shape inside your heart where the eternal light is radiating from each direction. Breathe into it and just breathe it out. And on your next in-breath, draw the breath back into your heart and drop into the center of that beautiful diamond, bright, pure white golden light, and pause right there. And with intention, as you're pausing, sense, see, and feel that bountiful presence of divine love now expanding from your heart, from your physical heart, out into your emotional body and expanding completely in each direction into your emotional body. And breathe out as you relax and let go. And draw your in breath consciously once again, coming back into the center of your crystalline diamond heart, in that beautiful bright golden light. As you pause right here, allow the attention now to extend from your physical body into your emotional body, and now expand it in each direction into your mental body. Go ahead and breathe it out in each direction of your diamond. And take another in breath in. Come all the way to your heart and pause. And allow that eternal white golden light from that diamond heart of yours expand through your physical body, into your emotional body, into your physical body, and now take it into your etheric body and let it expand all the way to about 6 feet above you, below you, to your left, to your right, front of you, and behind you, and let it shine in each direction as you breathe out. And take this next deep in breath in, all the way in your heart, and pause. And from inside your heart, from that golden, pure, white, dazzling light, from the eternal source of its creation, allow it to radiate from your physicality into your emotional, mental, etheric body, and expand it into your spiritual body, and let it unfold into this eternal presence all the way in each direction. Let it stream without any interference as you breathe it all the way out. And from here, dear hearts, I'm going to have you just gently drop into the center of that diamond heart and allow your consciousness to become conscious of your emotional diamond body, your mental diamond body, your etheric diamond body, and your spiritual diamond body, and all the diamond templates that you are in. And allow the breath of oneness from the heart of Source with its diamond expression that is the source of this wellspring that springs forth. Allow it to take breath in each direction of the facet of your diamond as it streams through you and around you, engulfing you, saturating you, nurturing you, nourishing you as it grounds all the way to the heart of Gaia in her diamond heart, where you just breathe in the breath of this oneness from the one presence that has created all creation, from all consciousness to the finite expression with its diamond signature in the expression of the highest crystalline light known as the Christ light in each expression of life that is governed by the natural law, which is the divine law, under the divine light, guided in purity, guided through the heavenly realm to spring forth with all of its goods that has already been inherited, that has been blessed through the different dimensions, that is binded by the fluidity of this pure light, where no darkness or anything that is less than this perfection can exist, that springs forth and is grounded in its abundant and prosperous nature. Every single one of you is the perfect diamond, fully capable and fully blessed from on high by your mighty I Am presence that has blessed you in this presence as the greatest gift to bring forth your golden nature and allow it to be the greatest signature of your walk of life amongst your fellow star sisters and brothers, as well as your human sisters and brothers, and co-create the most magnificent way of life on earth through the diamond prism, by holding your heart higher through this inner gateway, in this stellar gateway, which is the diamond light, and allow nothing less than this perfection ever be the walk of your way, so the heavenly goods can flow through you with everything that has already been inherited and bestowed upon the altar of your heart in your Christ body, here in this now. Breathing this in, breathing it out, relaxing into your allowing of your crystalline diamond template body that will now carry you forth into the next phase of your life, embedded and encoded with ease, with peace, with beauty, with harmony, with abundance, with joy, with celebration, and with guidance and clarity. And so be it. And so it is. In this now, take a nice deep breath into your heart. Embrace your inner diamond. Feel that joyous celebration inside. and see, sense, feel it radiating effortlessly to all your bodies, connected to Earth, connected to all lives, connected to all universes and multiverses, all galaxies, and all planes of galactics of light, all embedded in the diamond template with so much love and appreciation. Embracing this oneness, embracing the interstellar diamond template within this 1111 gateway. Take a deep in breath in, release your breath, wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers. Take another deep in breath in, move your body. Come into your body in this moment, in this now, in the room you're in. Take another deep in breath in. And release your breath, eyes open, wide awake. You are here right now as the most magnificent, gorgeous, fabulous, crystalline, true diamond. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing to be a true diamond on earth.
That was just divine. I think everyone's going to walk away from this feeling that lift of frequency. How do you experience when you do this practice? Do you feel it? Do you see it? What is the experience like for you?
Oh, well, this ties into the Monday night meditations that I lead, slightly different for the members of my association, where the only experience is to help individuals come to this place where through the love of their physicality, they can drop in. They can drop in to the true nature of what they already are. And what that soul's highest expression that already is through that great I am presence wants to unite with the physicality and wants to bring all of it here. So when I relax in, I start seeing in imagery. So then the language becomes the imagery that I attempt to translate and how it is expressed as a frequency. And most individuals get to experience as a frequency. Usually it's this exquisite relaxation that they actually allow. A lot of it is just allowing, getting out of the way to actually allow it come to the body and to really feel the love of this physicality. So that way we get out of the way and these goods can come here, because I've been very frustrated with spiritual community and coaching community, all of that, because they think there's some secret. There is no secret. God has blessed us. God, mighty I am present, source has already given everything to us, literally. So when we just relax and surrender, it just starts pouring in. And the true Christ light pours in that way. And that's really my mission, to help people experience it within themselves.
That's so beautiful. And for everyone who has just experienced this, please share in the comments what your experience was like. And also remember to integrate with water, grounding, breathing, putting your feet
Yes.
on the earth, all those wonderful good things. The diamond practice is one of my personal favorites as well, honey. I don't know if I've shared this with you. That was one of the first practices I started with back, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago. And whenever someone comes in and they bring that diamond light back in, it just feels like it's coming home. I've gone and tried so many different things in those, in those last 10 years, but the diamond is that very core practice for me. That and the Merkaba light body, which I learned all those years ago back then as well. And the two together, I just feel like it's very complete in that
Yep.
sense. Yeah.
Yep. But the diamond temple is once we relax into it, we are able to be in our diamond templates. There are many of them, and then within the physicality. And I feel when it's brought here and it is connected to all the bodies, we in the separation of physicality to our supreme nature. And that's the thing that I appreciate the most. It literally collapses timelines. It brings it here, so it becomes present in this now, here, wherever we're positioned. The whole point is that. And that's where a lot of the incredible higher blessed gifts can pour into earth. The whole point is to bring it here so we can pour it into earth. And all of course, galactic family, star brothers and sisters, the angels, all of them are part of it. We don't even need to do, I don't feel the need to do any activations, transmissions, because once you move in, all of it is all encompassing, it's omnipresent, and it becomes this being loved enough so it comes in. Becomes very simple, yet the deepest that I have found in these, after 33 years, it's like it becomes so simple, yet that's where the profoundness is, what it becomes out of that. So thank you so much, Isha, for allowing me to take part in this. And for participants, I will only leave this with you. When you do this, please do note, if you've really dropped in and you've been able to harmonize your breath with all these bodies, believe me, as I've seen this, your entire life will change, and it will change for great, because you get out of the way and you allow your true nature to begin living. And it's the most magnificent gift you give to humanity and earth. So thank you so much. You won't do wrong here. It's impossible.
Such a beautiful message. And for those who wish to connect deeper, there is the Ascension Alchemy, which is both by Reverend Honeybee and Michael Abramson, who you've experienced the Blue Flame Archangel Michael transmission with. And together, these two beautiful beings run the Ascension Alchemy and a membership association. We can go in and experience more of their work. So go check that out. Thank you so much for joining us today. And everyone else, please tune in for our next guest. We have this amazing 48-hour marathon where we keep infusing this beautiful planet Earth and shifting the timelines and awakening and all of those wonderful things. So we'll see you guys in the next speaker. Hey everyone, it's Isha, and I just want to say thank you so much for joining me in this incredible 11/11 event. This amazing experience is not possible without each and every single one of you who are showing up and contributing. You're showing up to the sessions, you're contributing your time, your energy, and together this is how we create this amazing impact for the planet. I'd never underestimate the power of group meditation and coming together to create real change. So I just want to deeply, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here. And I just want to share something with those of you that want to take this to the next level. It's fantastic to do all of these activations and to really show up in this way. And the building of the new earth doesn't happen with just one person or overnight. It's an ongoing process, and it really takes us to be able to commit ourselves into that long-term and ongoing vision and mission that we're really here for. The vision that we stand for is to really see this population uplift its vibration into 5D consciousness by 2027, so that we can experience this open contact and a peaceful open contact. And so what I've done is I've created this 5-day experience that's specifically for people who want to take that to the next level. It's for people who want to build a life out of this. So I'm talking the entrepreneurs, the starseeds, the healers, the coaches, the leaders, the people that really want to step up in this way. I've got an amazing opportunity coming up for you. On the 25th to the 29th of November, I'm hosting for the very first time a 5-day journey, which is all about how to live your life and business in 5D consciousness. It's for people who want to take their connection to their higher self, to their galactic guides, and to the spirit realms into a whole new level. I'm going to be sharing in those 5 days things like how to connect with your higher self, how to clear your energetic blockages, and then how to actually become a 5D entrepreneur in a way that's in divine will and soul alignment, so that you can live the life with the purpose and fulfill the vision and mission that you were born for. So many of us came to this planet with these amazing purposes, these amazing missions, and then we got really lost under the veil and we forgot who we are. And so in these 5 days, I'm going to help you remember and awaken and tap into that higher essence. And the entire experience is free. So I would love for you to click on the link, journey.ishapatel.com. And there's a QR code here as well. And sign yourself up for this event. I'm going to spend 5 days with you. It's going to be a live event where I'll be in there and engaging with everyone and making sure that we all have the ability and the capacity to lift up and build a new earth together. So thank you so much for being a part of this incredible experience. And if you want to join in the next event we have coming up, click on the link or go to journey.ishapatel.com, and I'll look forward to seeing you there. Hey everyone, our next guest is a super amazing, beautiful soul who I'm so grateful has shown up to contribute her piece into this amazing 1111 Gateway event. So this is Bodhi Lama Wongmo. Now I'd like to give you a little bit of a backstory. She and I have known each other for a good couple of years, I would say, maybe more. And I just had this really big intuitive guidance. Like, I have to invite her to this experience that we're creating. And I'm just happy she said yes, because I know that Bodhi does a lot of stuff with Buddhism and really cultivating that loving kindness. And since this experience is based on the theme of peace, love, and contact, I think Bodhi's the perfect person to come in. And so the experience that she's sharing with us today is cultivating boundless love. So welcome, and thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you so much, Isha. Thank you, everybody. I'm really happy and honored to be a part of this global peace, love, connection, transformation. This is a beautiful, beautiful practice to share these teachings and meditations and intention to bring greater happiness for all the people of this world, and really for all beings. My name is Bodhi Lama Wongmo. I am a Dharma teacher in the Tibetan Buddhist lineage, and I've been a teacher and practitioner for the last 20 years. The teaching that I will be giving is on cultivating boundless love. And this is a very special practice within the Buddhist tradition that helps to ensure that we have happiness and the causes of happiness in our life. That is the purpose of love. And there's so much that I want to share with you about this practice and the mind of love, and really who we are as beings. Because if you really want to reach other beings on other planets, we need to start with ourselves. We need to start with the people around us, and that we can extend that as far as our minds can reach, because there is no limit to space, and there's no limit to the number of beings that exist in all universes. It's countless. And so I really appreciate that this community is cultivating that intention and expanding your reach and knowledge of beings in other planets, because definitely, yes, there are countless beings, way more than we can see and way more than just exist on this planet. The idea of boundless love. And so I'm going to start with a little bit of some teachings on this. So to make sure that we all have really strong understanding about the practice of love and how we can really utilize this to first increase our own happiness. Because once we are happier, then we will bring greater happiness to everyone we meet, all of our relations, and expand that beyond this world. And that is something that we are able to do, that not only are we able to do, but actually we are doing with every thought. We are connected to each and every other being. And we don't see that, but the more we acknowledge that, the more we cultivate that within ourselves, then the more powerful our mind becomes. Actually, we have unlimited power of our minds with our intention. And the more we train ourselves to develop that power, particularly through the practice of love, is one of the best ones, because we can see that immediate effect of increasing our own happiness through the practice of love. So here we have an opportunity to expand that intention and expand that thinking to embrace countless beings. And there's no limit. We don't have to have a limit to our love. Just like we can love one more person. If we bring one more person into our family, we can love that person more. We meet one more person, we can love them more. There's no limit to the number of people, the number of beings that we can love. Why make that boundary? So these are some things that we'll try to explore and to touch on during this session, and to see if we can release some of these boundaries that we've made around ourselves and the limitations that we've made around ourselves, that only we exist and love is only for those near to us who've been kind to us. Because there's so many reasons why we should and can and must increase our love and expand our love. So I will begin with setting the intention. This is the practice that I use throughout my days. This is the aspiration of bodhicitta, which is the aspiration of enlightened intention. And I will begin by setting this intention for this session. Namo Buddhaya, to liberate all beings from all suffering and to establish all beings in true happiness. I will swiftly become Buddha in this very life. Therefore, I will joyfully practice boundless love meditation. Setting our intention for this session, I invite all of us to settle in for a few moments and just bring your awareness to your breath and to your body. Allow yourself to breathe in and out naturally, and just connect with yourself. Connect with your heart. Connect with your breath. And just allow yourself to be here in this moment. Relax your body. Silence your speech. And calm your mind. Nothing to do. Relax in naturalness. You can close your eyes and just allow yourself to be in this moment. Bring your presence to this moment, giving yourself a few moments of silence to settle into who you are and being more aware of who you are and the nature of who you are is one of the greatest gifts that we can give to ourselves, to our family, and to all beings. We often tell ourselves many stories about who we are, and we listen to the stories that others tell about us. But those stories do not define us. We have a choice how we define ourselves. And allowing ourselves to be who we are without those stories, giving ourselves a few minutes every day to just be. We become more powerful, more loving, more compassionate every day. So now that you've checked in with yourself and touched your heart, then hopefully this will help you to be more connected and more open to loving yourself and all beings on a much deeper level. When we talk about love, there's so many stories of love. All the stories we tell about ourselves, there's just as many about love and compassion and wisdom. But how I define love, how we define love in Buddhism, that this is a very special kind of thinking that we have. And why is that important? Because when we have love in our minds, real love, this thought, it is a thought. You're thinking, you're making a conscious thought that is a wish for someone or others to have happiness and the causes of happiness. Simple as that. And you can practice love at any time, anywhere. And you can decorate your love with all kinds of lights and luminosity and deities and blessings and every other thing that you want. But when it comes down to it, fundamentally, it is this very special thought. May you have happiness and the causes of happiness. It's that wish. And to really understand that, you must know who you are, that you are single present moment thinking only. That thinking is you. And every choice that you make has power and an impact. And the thought, every choice, everything that you think, every moment, and we're thinking every single moment, has an impact. And that impact is what we call karma, the Sanskrit word. So the impact of the thought of love is happiness and the causes and conditions of happiness. So we want to increase that more. This is what we call dharma. Whatever is a cause and condition of happiness, and we increase that. So love is one very special thought, which I'll be focusing on for this meditation. When we practice love, then that is an immediate cause of our own happiness. So when I want you to have happiness and the causes of happiness, that impact is me first. If I hold a fire, I'm warm first, and then I warm others as well. So this is how we warm our own hearts, is by meditating on this thought of love. May you have happiness and the causes of happiness. When we define love in this way, it's much easier to break down these boundaries between friend and enemy, or loved one and relation, or someone near and someone far. There's no way, if you don't understand mind and the power of mind and how intention and the interconnectedness of all beings, or at least you don't entertain the idea of the possibility that our thinking may impact others, then we can lose that opportunity to be happy ourselves. But we can practice it and we can know, and hopefully you will get a little taste of that feeling and that experience of love, real love, that wish for yourself and others to have happiness in the causes of happiness. And that thought, just a secret, that thought is the cause of your happiness. So actually, when you wish others to have happiness in the causes of happiness, you also wish that they have love in their heart. And the more we increase that love within our minds and that wish for others to also have love in their minds, they are more happy and more able to increase the happiness and the causes and conditions of happiness. It's a beautiful, beautiful web of joy and bliss and enlightenment that we create, this net of love connecting to each and every being. So as I'm speaking and explaining these principles, feel in your heart that what that might feel like to be connected to each and every being in love, with just that pure wish that they will have happiness and the causes of happiness. And taking a deep breath, connecting into your heart again. Wish for yourself first. May I have happiness and the causes of happiness. When we talk about self-love, it's from this wish first. You have to have the intention, you have to have the thought. May I have happiness and the causes of happiness. And just breathe into that feeling. May I have happiness and the causes of happiness. And the beauty of this, that there are so many beings in this world and throughout all universes who wish that for us. And when we can think about that, especially in times when we maybe feel lonely or sad or have some challenges, then we can remember that. Awakening that wish in ourselves, may I have happiness in the causes of happiness. Remembering there are other beings who wish that for me. Our mothers and fathers, our friends and loved ones, virtuous practitioners around the world, and great enlightened beings in all universes. They really, sincerely, from their heart, purely want us to have happiness and the causes of happiness. And that love is always present. That is always there for us. And the more we remember that, and the more we're grateful for that, the more joy will arise in our hearts. When we think about love, the practice of love as a meditative training in the Buddhist tradition, we begin by seeing our mother and remembering our mother's kindness. And because mother's love is the epitome of love. And I know not everyone has a loving relation with their mother, but it is important to remember the kindness of our mother and father, or those who were kind to us like a mother and father. Even if our birth mother didn't serve that way, some people have adopted mothers. Some people have friends or other relatives who cared for them like a mother. And to remember that there's so many things that we forgot when we were babies, when we were small children, the kindnesses that our parents gave to us, that others gave to us, we would not be alive today without that kindness. And so it's important to remember that kindness. And in general, mothers show that kindness to us unconditionally, giving birth to us, caring for us. We have no ability to care for ourselves, to even move, without our mother's love and care and giving us food, giving us clothes every single day for years and years. Without that, we would not be here today. We would not be the same people that we are today. And so think about that person. If it's your mother, I'm going to actually think about my father during this meditation because he just recently passed away. And so my love for him right now is more powerful because I really want him to have happiness. And without my training my mind and expanding my mind, there's no way for me to reach him. I can call my mom, I can send her stuff. Even she's far away from me now, but I can talk to her every day. But without developing this power of love and intention in my mind, I couldn't reach my father. But I know that my love is still with him. And this is also a powerful example. If your mother or father has passed away, your love still impacts them and helps them. And their love for you never ceases. And so by remembering this and training in this more and more, we can reach all beings and extend that love to every single being in this planet and all universes. But we start with those who are near to us because it's familiar. We have a very clear reason. We don't need to be philosophical or trained. Like, I know my mother and father's love and kindness and care for me, and I love them. So bring your heart back, bring your breath back to your body, and think about the kindness. Like, pick one person who's been so kind to you, your mother or your father or someone who has shown you great kindness in your life, that you wouldn't be the person you are today without them. Someone who's been a powerful benefit to you. And think about them. Remember their kindness. I'm so grateful for the kindness that my mother and father showed me when I was a baby and I was unable to take care of myself. I remember their kindness. They gave me food and clothes and shelter. They cared for me when I was unable to care for myself. I'm so grateful. I remember their kindness. I remember the support and encouragement my mother and father gave to me when I was young, and even I couldn't do anything properly. They loved me and cared for me in every situation. I'm so grateful. I remember their kindness. Allow those feelings of gratitude and joy to fill your heart, remembering their kindness, their love for you, their wish for you to have happiness. All the birthday presents, all the kind words. It's difficult to repay the kindness of our parents. And so we remember that. It's important to remember their kindness. Then, just as we wished for ourselves to have happiness in the causes of happiness, now wish for your mother to have happiness in the causes of happiness. May my mother have happiness in the causes of happiness. May my mother have happiness and the causes of happiness. May my mother have happiness and the causes of happiness. I really want my mother to have happiness and the causes of happiness. And just allow your breath to flow freely and naturally, filling your heart with this love and repeating this. May my mother have happiness and the causes of happiness. If you can see your mother, you can see her face, see her smiling as you send this wish of love to her. May my mother have happiness and the causes of happiness. I wish for my mother to have happiness and the causes of happiness. Allow the strength of this to increase in your heart. The more you repeat any thought, the stronger it becomes. This is the power of meditation. As we repeat our thinking, it becomes stronger. So that simple thought may not seem like much at first, but just like a single spark can ignite a great blaze that burns down a forest. We allow this spark of love to burn away all our suffering and pain, our fears and anxieties, to warm the hearts of our mothers. Whatever is holding us back, this force of love can propel us to accomplish extraordinary feats. It starts with this wish. I wish for my mother to have happiness and the causes of happiness. And just wishing that is not enough. From that wish, then we give rise to intention. I will help my mother to have happiness and the causes of happiness. I will help my mother have happiness and the causes of happiness. And just allow your mind to embrace that commitment. And trust that you will find the exact way to help your mother in whatever way she needs it. And trust that this wish, that your love right now, is helping her to have happiness in the causes of happiness. And take a deep breath and just enjoy that you have that power. And with that confidence, begin to extend your love to other members of your family. your father, brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, your friends and teachers. May you have happiness and the causes of happiness. May my family have happiness and the causes of happiness. Allow this wish to be like a great light, embracing your heart, filling the hearts of your family and loved ones, and just see them happy. May you have happiness and the causes of happiness. May my family have happiness and the causes of happiness. When you see someone in particular, you can say their name in your mind, in your heart. Direct to them, may you have happiness and the causes of happiness. Like basking in a warm sunlight. Just enjoy this blissful, loving feeling and allow it to increase and expand and reach further to those in your community, those you work with, acquaintances, you know. May you have happiness and the causes of happiness. People you see, maybe someone you saw on the street or on a commute, and you saw them and you just think of their face, you don't know them, just wish them. May you have happiness and the causes of happiness. You see on the TV, you see on social media, anyone you see, anyone you remember, just wish them to have happiness and the causes of happiness. And let this happiness expand more and more, reaching through your community further, pushing the boundaries like a great ripple or wave through your state, your nation, your continent, your whole planet. Embracing all those of this world. Even those you may dislike or who may have harmed you in some way. They're a little more challenging, but now is opportunity. Sneak in and wish them to have happiness and the causes of happiness. Allow yourself to release any negativity towards others and to fully embrace this beautiful, powerful, boundless love. May all people of this world have happiness and the causes of happiness. And not only humans, but all the animals as well. And so many beings who are on this planet who we don't know. They don't necessarily take form that we can recognize. But wherever there is a being, whatever form they take, They want to have happiness. Every single being wants happiness, and they don't want suffering. This is because our nature is true happiness. The more we practice love, increasing our love, the closer we are to our own nature, and the more we recognize how similar we all are. Because we all want happiness and we don't want to suffer, it's easier to wish us to have happiness in the causes of happiness. And we are happier with that wish. May all beings of this world have happiness and the causes of happiness. And as we embrace the beings of this world with happiness, we see their smiles increasing, their joy increasing. Even difficult people, world leaders, those we see maybe harming others, when we want them sincerely to have happiness and the causes of happiness, and we extend our love to them, it makes it easier for them to make better decisions. So they won't continue harming themselves and others. If they have happiness, even a moment of happiness, in a difficult time when they could make a poor decision, that impact benefits us and the people of this world so much more. So all the more reason to love those who harm us or who harm others, because we can help to break that cycle of harm in that moment. Every time we choose love over anger or hatred, we are breaking that cycle of suffering and helping ourselves, humanity, and the planet to ascend higher into greater joy, bliss, and enlightenment, which is our true nature. And the path that this planet is on, truly. May the beings of this world have happiness and the causes of happiness. Once we are confident and joyful that we have embraced this planet with our love, and we can see the impact of our love, we can feel that impact, and your confidence increases. You can begin to extend that love beyond the confines of this planet. You can extend that love throughout this universe. Like a beautiful golden light. A light that blazes brighter than billions of suns, filling the darkness of space with beautiful, radiant luminosity. And all the beings of this world, all the beings of this universe, and all the beings of all universes and all directions, whatever form they may take, are instantly connected to us now in this moment of pure love. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. All beings want happiness and they don't want to suffer. They're just like me. Wherever there's beings, they want happiness. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. Our minds have unlimited power. And wherever there is space, there are beings. There are countless beings. There are countless universes. There's countless opportunities for us to expand our love and to reach all beings. I'll end this with a meditation from our practice text, the Buddha Path. Look in all directions. Watch all space, all space. The universe is limitless. There are countless galaxies. There are countless worlds. There are countless sentient beings. There are countless enlightened beings. Every being has been my loving mother countless times. I sincerely rejoice in the kindness of all mother beings. I want all sentient beings to be free from suffering, just as I want to be free from suffering. I want all sentient beings to be happy, just as I want to be happy. I promise to always love all beings. Always love all beings. Love all beings. Love, love, love. Ah, ah, ah. Allow yourself to rest in this great, boundless love that has touched the hearts of every single being in all universes. And allow your heart to be filled with the love of each and every being who is now connected to you through your love for them. Bring your attention to your breath, an awareness of this moment in your body, and pay attention if there's any change. How you feel, if you feel any lighter, any more joyful, any smiles on your face, any smile in your heart. The practice of love is one that quickly transforms us and is easiest to gain experience when we meditate on love, because the focus is happiness and the causes of happiness. It's easy to touch on. When you practice more in compassion, for example, it's not as easy because the focus is on decreasing suffering and the causes of suffering. But when we wish for others to have happiness, it's like wishing that there's more light. Naturally, darkness will fade. So when you are happy, to use that opportunity as a practice for happiness and love, when you see others that are happy, use that opportunity, wish that they have more happiness. And then this goes into the practice of joy and rejoicing. When others have happiness, I'm so happy they're happy. I don't need to do anything. They're happy already, so I can just be happy. I can enjoy their happiness. When there is no happiness, then you wish for that. You need to do something more. So this practice of love, I give to you as a gift, that this will stay in your heart, that you'll take this feeling with you today and throughout your days, and let it be this light that helps to illuminate this world in these dark times. And when you see others who need a little light, send them this wish. Wish that they have happiness and the causes of happiness. And remember that we are all connected. And with every wish, you are helping each and every one of us to be a little happier. So have confidence in that. Your mind has unlimited power, and you and each of us has power to alleviate the suffering of other beings and to increase the happiness of beings. It's really, truly magical. Mind is truly magical. And the more we believe that and trust that and practice that, the more we will see that, the more joy we will have in our lives, the more happiness we will have now and always as we go forward with our lives. So thank you so much. I'm very happy to share this gift of love with you and with all of you. And I will complete with a dedication for this. As I started with the aspiration, I will also close with a dedication for this and invite you all to dedicate, because our minds create this power of love within our hearts that is important. We want to seal that so we can keep it for a long time and that it won't just disappear. Not like a candle just blows out when you finish. We want that light to remain for as long as there are beings. We want that love to remain in this world. Namo Buddhaya. For the true happiness of all beings, I will swiftly become Buddha in this very life. Therefore, just as all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dedicate, I joyfully dedicate all merit for every being to attain unsurpassable enlightenment. May all my dedications be pure like the wisdom of Manjushri. May all my dedications be fulfilled like the aspirations of Samantabhadra. Jaya, Jaya, Sudzaya. Thank you. Thank you so much. Rejoice, everybody. Rejoice. Isha, thank you so much for inviting me on this beautiful, beautiful journey with you.
Thank you. Well, I certainly have a smile on my face, and I'm sure the rest of the people that have enjoyed this beautiful experience might have that too. It's been a pleasure having you with us, and for everyone who's tuning in to these amazing sessions that we have lined up for you, let us know in the comments. How did you find that? Are you walking away with a smile on your face, in your heart? Maybe we can joyously now bounce into the next session. Thank you so much, Bodhi. It's been an absolute pleasure having you with us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, beautiful soul. Does your soul yearn to meet your galactic family? You're not alone in this journey. The galactic community is a sacred space where starseeds and lightworkers unite to discover their cosmic origins. Here you will find deep connections with your star family, regular activations and resources, access to your multidimensional inner heart. Together, we're raising the vibration of consciousness on Earth. Your galactic family awaits. It's time to remember who you truly are.